As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. April Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions from all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
Saya aja nggak punya. Mau serius sama anak saya.
Mau investasi, bikin pusing bukan kepala.
Aku bingung caranya, kenyamanannya.
Harus punya uang berapa,
atau punya asuransi kalau mesti kemana.
Wema-nya dong aplikasi investasi BCA. Mulai dari 100.000 bisa langsung investasi di Wema. Tanpa lengkap dengan proteksi, semua ada di Wema BCA.
The digital era continues to move as a result of technological advances and globalization. Bank Negara Indonesia is proud of having the opportunity to take part in playing active roles in paving the way for Indonesian banking in keeping with the digital era. Currently, we are moving to create a digital platform and prepare experts for acceleration in digital banking. Our Go Global concept is one of the roles in accelerating economic change for the better. With the presence of Explorer, we encourage the digitization of micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as companies in Indonesia to go international by utilizing BNI's overseas network. BNI, serving the country, the pride of the nation.
Today, as the world prepares to move forward, businesses across the globe are looking to forge a new path, ready to use their creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and a digital transformation to drive their nation's economies for the benefit of all. Digital platforms such as Gojek, GoPay and Tokopedia have played an important role in helping governments accelerate the digital transformation. Digitalization of MSMEs supports governments across the world as we promote global digital transformation to recover together, recover stronger.
The micro, small and medium enterprises or MSME sector plays an important role as the backbone of the national economy. Sampurna has long been committed to the development of MSMEs in Indonesia and in 2008 established the Sampurna Retail Community (SRC) to develop traditional retailers. In 2021, SRC members have reached 160,000 retailers spread across 34 provinces throughout the country. Development programs range from education and direct assistance on store and financial management, business development, distribution support for other MSME products through to digital skills training. Retailer members are also equipped with the IO SRC application to help increase MSME's competitiveness, as well as expanding their businesses and market access amidst the digital transformation era. During the pandemic, SRC members are also trained and encouraged to implement health and safety protocols. Together, we can help advance and strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia.
IFG, Indonesia Financial Group. Kami hadir untuk menjadi kekuatan baru yang ada untuk melakukan perubahan di Indonesia, dari bangsa untuk bangsa. Kami bekerja dengan skala yang besar, dengan tata kelola perusahaan dan manajemen risiko yang cermat dan seksama. Dengan kekuatan besar yang terkonsolidasi, menyatukan segala pikiran dan usaha berbagai anak perusahaan yang dari dulu selalu ada untuk Anda. Menjamin keamanan dan kesejahteraan siapapun yang ingin maju, baik di jalan, usaha, dan kehidupan. Menjaga keseimbangan finansial lewat produk keuangan dan pasar modal. Dan tentunya memberikan perlindungan kepada segenap lapisan masyarakat Indonesia. Ini adalah saatnya kami membawa setiap orang, setiap usaha, dan setiap impian untuk masing-masing punya kekuatan membangun masa depan finansial yang terbaik dan membawa kita semua untuk besar bersama. IFG, Power to Progress.
60 years ago, a Chinese Indonesian called Mokhtar Riyadi moved to Jakarta with dreams of banking. 3 decades later, he transformed its banking landscape and laid foundations for Panin Bank, Lipo Bank, and Indonesia's now largest private bank, BCA. So he moved to real estate and used that same financial acumen to build Lipo into the largest listed property developer of the world's 4th most populous nation. Then he took on education, building schools for Indonesia's young population and creating Universitas Pelita Harapan, now with 15,000 students and ranked best in class. And as Asia boomed, next generation Riyadis helped Lipo meet Indonesia's exciting new needs. Malls for an expanding middle class, media for transparency, infrastructure for enhanced communication, banks and funds for wealth and job creation. As Indonesia gained the respect of investors far beyond its home nation, so did Lipo. Today, a Lipo Group company owns the US Bank Tower in LA and landmark properties around the globe. Lipo began as a family business with global dreams and became a global business for every stage of family life. And as it keeps growing, the principles that delivered success to Dr. Riyadi from 1954 will always be at the Lipo Group core.
Nunggu dompet.
Coba pakai mobile cash deh.
Ini.
Lagi ngapain, men?
Ya lagi ngantri.
Buka tabungan online aja. Di sini aja, lebih gampang.
Nih, gue beli ini nih, men.
Ajuin online aja, bro. Pakai ini.
Ini. Wih, gokil.
Yes. Gimana KTA-nya?
Tipus, bro.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only Earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
Satu Indonesia, or Astra's unified spirit for Indonesia, exemplifies Astra's active role and contribution in the pursuit of nurturing the people of Indonesia. It brings every commitment, venture, and work under a common framework and creates added values for the nation's progress. Throughout the years, since founded in 1957, Astra has consistently shown real contribution, dedicated to move Indonesia forward. As a company, Astra has grown and today manages over 180,000 employees and over 200 subsidiaries across the archipelago. In line with one of Astra's corporate philosophy, Catur Dharma values, to be an asset to the nation, Astra has an unwavered commitment to social contributions for Indonesia. The company's endeavors in this regard are designed to be effective and robustly structured, identifying 4 pillars of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat, Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas, Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, and Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Supported by 9 foundations under the company, Astra makes it a conscious effort to take an active part in and dedicating its ideas and work to the nation for a prosperous and dignified Indonesia. Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. The well-being of a nation lies on the well-being of its future generations. To ensure it can be achieved, the health of mothers and children are a priority of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. Astra is committed to protect and improve their health as they form healthy communities and societies. In turn, Astra believes they determine the quality of our overall well-being. Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas. Greater access to and improved quality of education and vocational skills open the doors to better life quality. Astra is therefore committed to shaping smart, self-reliant generations. Astra works to tap into the knowledge and skills of Indonesia's human capital. As education in Indonesia is important for Astra, Astra ensures that Indonesian children can benefit from quality education as a tool for them to transform their lives for the better. Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau. A healthy and clean environment are essential for us to move forward in life. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, Astra acts upon its commitment to creating a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment. With global warming presenting real threats to our planet's survival, Astra is actively involved in various programs for a greener Earth as part of its contribution to improving the quality of our environment. Our planet and the future await us and the millions of other beings on Earth. Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif, Astra is on the ground working alongside communities to improve their prosperity by helping and facilitating small and medium businesses all over Indonesia. Astra provides training, coaching, funding, and equipment suited to the needs of the beneficiaries with one goal in mind: raising the nation's prosperity by creating excellent human capital and decent jobs. 133 Kampung Berseri Astra across 34 provinces focus on the development of villages based on 4 pillars, which include entrepreneurship, health, education, and environment. Kampung Berseri Astra continues to be developed based on the numbers and concepts towards Desa Sejahtera Astra. Satu Indonesia Awards. Satu Indonesia Awards is a form of appreciation towards the Indonesian youth who have the initiatives and idealism to share and create benefits for the communities. The awards have 5 main focuses, which include health, education, environment, entrepreneurship, and technology. Since March 2020 until today, Astra, through Nurani Astra, maintains its commitment to help the government, frontline health workers, and the community in facing the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. To be an asset to the nation, Astra continues to embrace and work towards realizing Indonesia's dreams and to achieve sustainable growth, because your smile and the smile of the people are the smile of Astra, the smile of Indonesia. We are united, and together we shall achieve triumph as we walk towards an advanced and prosperous Indonesia. Astra, prosper with the nation.
The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world, forcing out their ideas to push private-led economic transformation forward.
As business leaders in the Group of 20, the future relies on you to find lasting solutions to our current global challenges and pave the way forward.
This year, Indonesia is honored to be the host of the G20 and B20 summits. As the fourth largest nation, the biggest economy in Southeast Asia, and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, Indonesia is home to 270 million consumers, 63 million MSMEs, and 12 tech unicorns. Boasting rapid digital growth and emerging sustainable development, Indonesia truly is a land of opportunities. Under this year's theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, the B20 stands ready to promote dialogue among business players in G20 countries, provide policy recommendations, and launch initiatives on issues that matter. The themes are aligned with the key messages from inception meeting.
Berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally. We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13th and 14th, 2022, and let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam sejahtera untuk kita bersama. Good evening and also welcome to all of you distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the B20 G20 Dialogue Trade and Investment Task Force. Let's give a round of applause for our event today. Thank you so much. It is indeed an honor to greet you all here today, as if someone says that work starts on Mondays, so life begins on Friday. Today, Friday the 23rd of September 2022, we are able to gather here in this beautiful city of sunset, Labuan Bajo, where you can find plenty of beautiful and out of this world scenic views with a spectacular sky. So there are many interesting places to be visited here in Labuan Bajo. Inside the city, of course, you can find the, one of it is the Mirror Cave and then also the Bukit Cinta, and you may also have time to visit the Komodo National Park. Because, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we are very close to the weekend because today is Friday, so it's also a good mood. We have a better mood, less stress, and also a higher level of happiness. That's why we have our B20 G20 dialogue today on Friday. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Nusa Tenggara Timur, or the East Nusa Tenggara itself, is building up Labuan Bajo as a tourism spot. So in line with the tourism and also hospitality businesses in Labuan Bajo, make it for solid investments, especially for accommodations, tours, restaurants, and also many other supporting tourism infrastructures. And of course, allow me please to introduce myself. My name is Dian Ariswari, your host for today. And before we start the whole arrangements for the B20 G20 dialogue today, allow me please to also greet our guests of honors that joining us today. So ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to His Excellency Bapak Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bapak Zulkifli Hasan, Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Tani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates. Manlio Di Stefano, Under Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs of Italy. Bapak Jody Mahardi, Deputy for Maritime Resources of the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Eko S. Cahyanto, Director General of Industrial Resilience, Regional and International Access at the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Yosef Naisoy, the Vice Governor of East Nusa Tenggara. Ibu Sinta Kamdani, the Chair of the B20 Indonesia 2022. Bapak Arif Rahmat, Chair of B20 Trade and Investment Task Force and Executive Director of Triputra Group. Anurag Jain, the Secretary of the Department for Promotions of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry of India. Srikant Somani, the Chairman of CII MSMI Council, the Chairman and also Managing Director of Somani Ceramics Limited. Bapak Bobi Lianto, the Chairman of the East Nusa Tenggara Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin NTT. Bapak Edi Stasius Andi, the Regent of Manggarai Barat Regency. And of course, to each of you distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. So, it is indeed an honor for us to be able to greet you all here for our dialogue today. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, our event today, all of the crew on duty and all of the participants and participating sites that involving during this activity already implement a very strict health protocols, and all of us are already vaccinated. So before we start our event, I should start from the background of our B20 G20 dialogue. So this event was initiated by the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force, in which our aim is, of course, to raise awareness around how trade and also investment can propel global recovery and then also the economic growth and development. The task force itself have designed the event to report and promote strategic discussion around the actionable policy recommendations developed in the course of the B20 cycle by the Trade and Investment Task Force. And of course, our event today is supported by all of the valuable sponsors. So please, later on, join me in giving applause for all of our main sponsors, the bronze sponsor, and all of the valuable sponsors of this event. This is our main sponsors. PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, and Sinarmas. And then our bronze sponsors, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, PT Pertamina, Indofood, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, and Telkom Indonesia. Our knowledge partner is Boston Consulting Group, and the network partners are International Chamber of Commerce, Global Business Coalition, World Economic Forum, and Business at OECD. So please giving a round of applause to all of our sponsors. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start our dialogue today, now we're going to have a welcome remarks. So please Please welcome with a big round of applause Her Excellency Ibu Sinta Kamdani, the Chair of the B20 Indonesia, that will deliver her welcome address, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I think we all here, sitting here, must be feeling really great to be here in Labuan Bajo. I think island in the east of Nusa Tenggara. It's a if you enter the hotel, it's very, very beautiful. So of course, those joining us virtually are very jealous with us right now, being able to sit here and witness this beautiful view from our hotel in Labuan Bajo. Your Excellency, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Your Excellency, Mr. Zulkifli Hasan, the Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. Your Excellency, Bapak Agus Kartasasmita, Minister of Industry of Republic of Indonesia. Also, Mr. Tani bin Ahmed Aisayudi, from the Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates. Also, Your Excellency, Mr. Manilo Di Stefano, Under-Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs of Italy. Bapak here, I think Bapak Jody, okay, representing the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. And of course, we have here many of distinguished guests, panelists, speakers. Our chair of the Trade and Investment Task Force, Bapak Agif Rahmat, and his deputy, Bapak Dharma Joynegoro. I also would like to greet our special host tonight, which is our own chair of the Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin Indonesia and East Nusa Tenggara, which is Bapak Bobby Lianto here. He's the one who really pushed us to make sure that we are still having our event here in Labuan Bajo, despite the ministerial meeting right now is happening in Bali. So originally the ministerial meeting was supposed to be also here, but unfortunately they had to change the venue to Bali. But we are sticking here to support also the local government of NTT. So I'm sure Bobby will host you all. If you want to see more of the island, see the beautiful of Labuan Bajo, please, I think Kadin members here who are presenting here can really take you around and see the beautiful sights. First of all, I would also like to thank you for attending this dialogue, especially to those who have traveled a long way to Labuan Bajo to be here with us today. I would like to also convey my biggest appreciation to the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force for their tireless efforts since the B20 inception meeting in January. This has been ongoing efforts until today with the leadership of Pa Arif and also Deputy Pa Dharma and Policy Manager Ibu Shirley Susilo here. And of course, our knowledge partner, Boston Consulting Group, BCG, I think represented also here. And all our co-chairs and members who are also attending here physically as well as virtually. Before I begin, I would like to also express that, again, Labuan Bajo is an excellent example of how trade and investment can drive local development. I think several years ago, Labuan Bajo was only a small fishing village. In the past 5 years, however, we have seen a threefold increase in annual investment flow towards the Nusa Tenggara Timur province, and by extension, Labuan Bajo. Today, as you all can see, this place has flourished to become an international destination with an international airport and world-class resort, among others. For those who are not familiar with the B20, allow me to start with a brief overview of the group. The B20 is the official G20 dialogue forum with the global business community. Annually, we have over 1,000 delegates across the G20 nations and more. This year, we set 3 priorities in line with the G20: advancing innovation, inclusivity, and collaborative growth. This year, B20 Indonesia has comprehensively covered 3 most pressing imperatives for trade and investment to address the key challenges we face globally, as well as mitigate their potential impact. What are those? First, improving transparency in trade policy and easing trade restriction. I think 2020 was marked by some of the largest reductions in trade and output volume since World War II. One of the reasons for this was the increased restrictive measures in trade due to the recent events, including COVID pandemic, that disrupted the global supply chain. More stable, predictable, and transparent trade policies, as well as ease of unnecessary trade restrictions, are crucial to revive global productivity in the post-pandemic trade and investment regime. If we do not address this issue, the world will not be able to leverage the potential of global trade to ensure a solid economic recovery. Second, providing capital and building digital skills to improve MSME participation in e-commerce. Micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises contribute significantly to the global, as they comprise about 90% of businesses, more than 50% of employment, and up to 40% of national GDP in emerging economies. MSME also play a big role in expanding Indonesia's digital economy, which could reach $150 billion by 2025, as MSME account for 99% of Indonesia businesses. However, only 30% of total MSME are able to participate in e-commerce due to limited digital literacy and capital. If we do not address this issue, the world will not be able to capture the potential economic benefit from MSME participation in the digital market. Third, accelerating voluntary carbon market implementation by providing access for funding, capability building, and best practices. Carbon market, I think, have an important dual role to play in the battle against climate change. They enable companies to support decarbonization beyond their own carbon footprint and help also finance projects for removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. The demand for voluntary carbon markets, in particular, is projected to grow 6 times of 2021 volume by 2030. This creates opportunity for countries, especially in emerging markets, to contribute substantially for supply of the carbon credit. In this evolving carbon market landscape, however, developing countries are still unable to capture the potential of carbon market due to the limited access of funding, knowledge, and best practices, which developed countries can help to assist. If we do not address this issue, the world will miss out on an opportunity to help developing countries grow while transitioning to a low carbon economy through carbon markets. The members of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force have been working carefully to address this issue since the inception meeting in January. Under the leadership of Pak Arif and the team, the task force has formulated 4 main policy recommendations. I would also like to mention that the task force has significantly benefited from the guidance of the diverse and inclusive membership. The variety of thoughts and aspiration from various countries, each with distinct strength and concern, has helped us to create inclusive policy for the greater B20 and G20 communities. I would not dive into the details on each of these policy recommendations, as it will be explained by Pak Agif Rahmat in a few minutes. However, I want to take this opportunity to highlight how this focus area echo and support similar key messages from other task forces, especially those regarding trade and investment as driver to a greener and more sustainable development, and in the medium to unlock access to global supply and value chain. For example, in the digitalization task force, B20 community has pushed to enhance digital capacity building for MSME and female entrepreneurs to scale up their skill and enable to take part in the global value chain. Second, the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force also discussed on improving access to affordable and suitable sources of financing for MSME and female entrepreneurs to enable their participation in driving the global economy. The Energy, Sustainability and Climate Task Force, they also converse on measures to improve access to funding, capacity building, and exchange of best practices to help developing countries establish their own voluntary common market. And in the Women in Business Action Council, the B20 community is committed to ensure equitable access to funding and upskilling opportunities to accommodate more women and businesses. This is an excellent example on how B20 Indonesia task forces work together to coherently pursue our collective priorities. Beyond alignment across the various B20 task force and the complementary nature of their work, we aim to further reinforce the importance of B20 priority topics by introducing what we call the B20 legacy programs. And these programs are designed to last well beyond Indonesia presidency. Today, I would like to highlight 2 potential legacy programs that support the Trade and Investment Task Force policy recommendation. First, the B20 Wiki will equip small enterprises with the required capability to scale up, empower them with cross-country collaboration, and support them with digital transformation. We aim to encourage similar organizations to scale up and to tap into global supply chain. This mirrors the goal of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force to amplify support to attain inclusivity in the global supply and value chain. This will also support, later will be explained by Pak Agif on our legacy, the closed loop ecosystem. And I will not touch into detail because I'm sure Pak Agif will explain much detail later. Second, the Carbon Center of Excellence. This platform will enable the growth of carbon trading by providing a carbon knowledge repository and fostering sharing of best practices. The B20's Carbon Center of Excellence will be equipped with the various learning modules on carbon trading that are tailored to all expertise levels. The legacy program embodies the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force first policy recommendation: make trade and investment impactful driver for a greener and more sustainable development in line with the SDG. Indeed, our policy recommendation and legacy program supported by this task force are related to all the 3 priorities of this year's G20 presidency. And this task force positively also contribute to address this issue by improving transparency in trade policy narrowing the gap of MSME participation in digital commerce, and helping developing countries to strengthen their plan for implementing VCM, among others. This task force priority also aligned with the G20 Trade and Investment and Industry Working Group, which is happening now in Bali, which focus on WTO reform, strengthening the role of the multilateral trading system to achieve SDG for robust global economic recovery through inclusive trade, sustainable investment, and industry. These priorities of G20 TIIWG touch on important aspects that this task force highlighted in the policy recommendation. Therefore, as the voice of the business community, B20 Indonesia is keen to support these working group efforts. We must continue to foster our close collaboration among companies and between businesses and government to bring our policy recommendation and legacy programs to life. This is why we created also the B20 Connect. This platform helps businesses to network, find trade and investment opportunity, and connect with investors. Before I conclude my remark today, I would like to invite you all to our B20 Summit that will be happening in Bali on the 13th and 14th of November this year. We are looking forward to welcoming you and to hear your invaluable perspective and receive your contribution to support more private sector-led transformation at the G20 level. To conclude, I would like to once again thank all of you for attending the B20-G20 Trade and Investment Dialogue in Labuan Bajo today and virtually. I'm looking forward for an inspiring and lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, for lead with such conviction. And we do absolutely agree that in order to leverage the global trade, we need transparency. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we would like to kindly also to inform you that later on, if you need assistance on the translation, we already provide you with the interpreter receiver provided on your table. Bapak dan Ibu, apabila membutuhkan penerjemahan, tersedia juga di dalam bahasa Inggris ke Indonesia, sudah disediakan tentunya di atas meja Bapak dan Ibu, yaitu receiver untuk penerjemahan, bisa digunakan. Well, now ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier by Ibu Sinta Kamdani, that further details regarding the trade and also investment recommendations, it will be delivered and also briefed further by the next speaker, as we will have a deeper insights on the T&I policy recommendations. So without further ado, please also welcome, ladies and gentlemen, this is the chair of B20 Trade and Investment Task Force and also the executive director of Triputra Group, Bapak Arif Rahman, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellencies, Bapak Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Zulkifli Hasan, Minister of Trade, Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Minister of Industry, Mr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, Mr. Manlio Di Stefano, Undersecretary of State of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Mr. Jose Naisoy, Vice Governor of East Nusa Tenggara, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia, our good host, Pak Bobby, Deputy Chair and Co-Chairs of Trade and Investment Task Force, distinguished guests in person and virtually, and I'd like to remind everyone that there are a lot of people around the world that is watching live today. One of our co-chairs goes as far as Brazil. So instead of saying good afternoon, I should be saying good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. So it is my pleasure, as Sinta has mentioned before, to welcome all of you in this beautiful land called Labuan Bajo. and to share with you the final policy recommendations of the Trade and Investment Task Force. I intend to cover 4 items during my presentation today. I would like to begin by briefly introducing the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force team. We will then go through the final policy recommendations that have been formulated by the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force for the G20. We are also excited to share our effort to drive tangible outputs through our Trade and Investment Task Force legacy project that Sinta mentioned just now, what we call as the Inclusive Closed Loop Pledge. And then lastly, I will go over the agenda of our panel dialogue today. Now let me start with a brief overview of the Trade and Investment Task Force. Now the Trade and Investment Task Force is a task force under the B20, and we're mandated to formulate policy recommendations on global trade and investment issues for the G20. The policy recommendations are formulated in consultation with our 152 task force members and 8 distinguished co-chairs from leading businesses across the B20 community who represent various industry sectors and diverse geographical representation. As the chair of the task force, I've been assisted by the deputy chair, Pak Dharma, and a policy manager, Bu Shirley. We're also supported by Boston Consulting Group as our knowledge partner. Besides that, we're working closely with several network partners, which include the ICC, GBC, World Economic Forum, and Business at OECD or BIAC. Now, this task force, as I mentioned, comprised of 152 members from 25 different countries across 15 industry sectors. And I'm proud to share that almost a third of our members are women, which enrich the diverse view represented in our policy recommendations. After 2 years of living through the COVID-19 pandemic, the outlook at the beginning of this year was slightly more optimistic. However, we are now living in a world facing a new set of challenges, be it supply chain disruptions, pricing inflations, or devastating impacts of the climate change. Now, this confirms our belief that now, more than ever, trade and investment is a crucial topic among business and government actors across the globe. B20 has always been expressing the urgency to foster multilateral collaboration on the global level to overcome these issues. Now, our priorities at the B20 are to support the G20 in rebuilding a better post-pandemic trade and investment regime through global trade and investment that is more open, more inclusive, and playing a bigger role in driving sustainability than ever before. Now, let us discuss the recommendations that the task force has put together. Now, we articulated our views around 4 key policy recommendations. The first policy recommendation focuses on multilateral governance of trade and investment. We recommend that the G20 promote an open, fair, inclusive, and efficient post-pandemic global trade investment structured under multilateral governance, which would be necessitated by reforming the World Trade Organization. Next, recognizing the importance of digital technologies in today's world, our second policy recommendation calls for the G20 to facilitate innovation, digitalization, and technology adoption to support international development and mitigation of future crises. Our third policy recommendation emphasizes the inclusivity aspect of global trade and investment. We believe that G20 should amplify support to attain inclusivity in global supply and value chains. Last but not least, we also recognize that the growing importance of sustainable development. As such, our fourth policy recommendation calls on the G20 to make the trade and investment impactful drivers for a greener and more sustainable development in line with the SDGs. Now, allow me to elaborate a bit more on each of these policy recommendations. Our first recommendation here is all about promoting an open, fair, inclusive, and efficient global trade and investment environment where we believe that global collaboration will help countries recover faster from the lingering effects of the pandemic. In order to do that, trust and confidence among businesses in the global trading system must be restored. This can only be done by rolling back pandemic and non-pandemic restrictive trade measures and carrying out continuous reform of the WTO, including its dispute settlement mechanism. Let's cover our second recommendation. Digital technologies can help every country increases its efficiency, lowers transaction costs, and improves the inclusiveness of global trade and investment. However, we have not yet unleashed the fullest potential of technology in trade and investment. To do that, there are two prerequisites. First, safe and free cross-border data flows that must be facilitated. Second, conformity in digital trade must be fostered. And in relation to this, one of our policy recommendations is aimed at leveraging the G20 to collaborate in creating a global coordination framework for future crisis mitigation. Now, moving on to our third recommendation, this policy recommendation is closely related to the B20 priority of fostering inclusiveness, a theme that we hear today over and over again for a good reason. We believe that more inclusive global value chains will improve global trade investment resilience and in turn boost growth in real sectors of the economy. For this to happen, increased participation of MSMEs, micro, small, medium enterprises, in global trade and investment should be fostered through improved access to financing, know-how, technology, market, and regulatory environment as well. And last but not least is our fourth recommendation. As we start actively taking action to combat the devastating impact of climate change, trade and investment should be positioned as active drivers to achieve a greener and more sustainable economy in line with the SDGs. And to achieve this objective, countries need to work together and coordinate efforts to facilitate trade investment that support just transition and sustainable development, just as in justice, where every country starts from a different starting point and we don't want to leave anyone behind. Now, the policy recommendations we advocated are closely linked and directly support the priority issues of this year G20 T&I working group, including WTO reform, multilateral trading system, global health architecture, digital trade, and inclusive sustainable global value chains. Now, we cannot, however, stop only at recommendations. We must also translate them into tangible actions and drive progress and leave a long-lasting legacy. Now, I'm excited to share an example pushed by the Trade and Investment Task Force this year. Again, inclusive closed-loop pledge. The objective of this legacy project is to attract companies to pledge their commitment to empowering MSMEs, including their immediate environment. Now, we have designed a pledge that encourages companies to support adopting practices and promote inclusive, resilient, and sustainable practices, support economic growth of MSMEs, and advocate for their inclusion in the global supply chain. Now, the inclusive closed-loop model, as you can see on the screen, is an Indonesian-born concept aiming to improve the productivity and livelihoods of economically marginalized groups such as MSMEs, farmers, fishermen, female-owned businesses, small mom-and-pop shops, and others. The inclusive closed-loop promotes open, fair, sustainable multi-stakeholders cooperation among the government, the private sector, and other stakeholders to empower MSMEs in a holistic and inclusive way. Now, the model puts MSMEs, as you can see, at the center of this multi-stakeholders ecosystem, providing them with access to finance, knowledge, technology, and market as well. So far, we have already have a set of leading entities joining the Inclusive Closed-Loop Legacy Project. This is just a selected companies that we showcase here, but we would welcome as many participations from people attending in the session here today, and of course, virtually as well. And we hope that your organization can sign this pledge as part of the commitment of our business to support MSMEs in the respective ecosystems. And this joint pledge will be presented as part of the B20 Summit event that will take place in November in Bali of this year. So in a few minutes, we will listen to two very interesting panel discussions revolving around our policy recommendations. The very reason all of you are here today, besides Pa Bobby, is to have this discussion. Before the panel, we will hear a minister remark first from Mr. Zulkifli Hasan, Indonesian Minister of Trade, specifically on the G20 T&I perspective on government and business synergy in strengthening the global trade and investment. In the first panel, we will have an exciting session titled Post-Pandemic Global Trade and Investment Governance in Maximizing Innovation and Digitalization for Global Economic Recovery, Growth, and Resilience, which will be started by pre-panel ministerial remarks from His Excellency Mr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade of United Arab Emirates. Then we'll have the honor to hear insights from our distinguished speakers. Ms. Barbara Beltrame, Vice President of Convindustria and Co-Chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force, Mr. Eko Cahyanto, Director General of Industrial Resilience Regional and International Access at the Indonesian Ministry of Industry, Mr. Koji Yahchiyama, COO of ERIA, Mr. Albert Park, Chief Economist of ADB. And then in the second panel, we'll have a discussion with the topic of inclusive and resilient global value chains in the context of moving towards sustainable trade and investment, which will be opened by pre-panel ministerial remarks from His Excellency Mr. Manlio Di Stefano, Undersecretary of State of Foreign Affairs of Italy, to hear his perspective on this topic. And then we will have exciting discussion joined by our important speakers, Mr. Juan Jose Dabub, Director of Philip Morris International and Co-Chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force, Mr. Ernst Hendrikus Kopens, President Commissioners of Bayers Indonesia, Ms. Jasmine Begum, Director Corporate External and Legal Affairs of Microsoft, ASEAN, and new countries. Now, before I conclude my remarks, I would like to once again thank you, the leadership of B20, for their guidance and support, and the Trade and Investment Task Force team for their dedication and hard work, which have made all of this thing possible today. Furthermore, I would like to thank Boston Consulting Group, which has been providing tremendous support during these 6 months. The culmination is actually today, but behind the scene, every month we have at least two task force meetings and pre-task force meeting, and many bilateral meetings before that is even. And so really thankful to Boston Consulting Group for helping us in this. Let's give a round of applause. And so lastly, I would like to thank all of you again to take your time from your busy schedules today to attend this beautiful Labuan Bajo. And I really hope that you will not only enjoy Labuan Bajo, but also the rest of the event today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bapak Arif Rahmat, for introducing and also elaborating the T&I policy recommendations. And we do believe that the T&I policy recommendation can be a set of core principles that serves as guideposts for the signing policy to ensure inclusivity and also sustainability. And then now, going on to the next agenda of our B20-G20 dialogue today, ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have the Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia to give his remarks about the trade and investment as driver to achieve inclusive, sustainable, and economic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Bapak Erlangga Hartarto.
Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Indonesia Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs. Excellencies Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Indonesia Minister of Industry. Excellencies Bapak Zulkifli Hasan, Indonesia Minister of Trade. Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this event, and it's an honor for me to be in the seminar of the Integrated Economic Regulation to Foster Trade and Investment. While trade and investment are indeed catalysts for resilience and competitive in economic growth, we also need to strengthen the industry sector, which can impact on production, added value input. Therefore, we can fulfill our national needs and maintain the stability of trade balance. I am grateful for the performance of our countries this year. In 2020, we have achieved a surplus in trade balance. As of August, is around 34.92 billion. Export also contributed US dollar 194.6 billion from January to August 2022. And the realization of investment in the second quarter grew by 25% year on year and create around 320,000 workers. Ladies and gentlemen, in this unprecedented condition, we need to tackle global challenge. Global challenge can only be effectively addressed through multilateral platform. Therefore, I support the strengthening multilateral mechanism, especially in direct to ease business climate by reducing export and import barriers. To this extent, as faithful member of WTO, Indonesia support the result of MC12, known as the Geneva Package. Indonesia believes it is also the moral responsibility for G20 members to support this outcome. We also need to maintain global supply chain, implement relevant and inclusive trade regulation, and safeguard the availability and affordability of food price. On the industry, Indonesia continue to consistently accelerate the downstream of the commodities. Indonesia would like to increase the added value of raw materials. We also keeping out our focus for the manufacturing products, which are continuously maintained at an expansive level. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the integrated economic regulation, I have optimism. During the pandemic COVID, Indonesia had established the Omnibus Law, which streamlined 80 laws comprising, among others, trade, industry, investment, and employment. This was our measure to reform the structure of Indonesian economy, focusing on investment as well as promoting ease of doing business in Indonesia. Indonesia also continue to increase investment opportunities through various policies and projects. The national strategic projects are placed in various areas as well as region, with target to spur the regional economic growth, especially to create employment opportunities for the local communities and to address economic inequality between regions. I believe the B20 can play important role. With the task force, B20 should be promoting for the investment opportunities for their global investment communities. Investment must continue to be promoted. It is equally important that addressing the financing gap to achieve the SDGs is crucial, and promoting inclusive and sustainable investment to support projects in line with the SDGs must be priority of the B20. With that, I wish to congratulate B20-G20 Trade and Investment Task Force for its meeting. Hopefully that the forum can create actionable outcome for the benefit of the people and to create more resilient economic development. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Excellency Bapak Erlangga Hartarto. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the global economy experienced a setback because of the COVID-19 outbreak. Therefore, we need to work in hand to come back stronger as the spirit of the G20 Indonesia presidency recover together, recover stronger. How then trade and also investment can spur the economy recovery post-pandemic? Ladies and gentlemen, we will get the insight from the Ministers of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome His Excellency Bapak Zulkifli Hasan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Saya menyambut baik penyelenggaraan dialog publik B20-G20 sebagai wadah untuk meningkatkan kesadaran tentang pentingnya peran perdagangan, investasi, dan industri dalam mendorong pemulihan dan pertumbuhan ekonomi global. Hadirin yang saya hormati, tantangan yang kita hadapi saat ini sangat berat. Dunia tengah menghadapi ancaman krisis pangan, krisis energi yang mengakibatkan krisis keuangan. Untuk itu, Presidensi G20 Indonesia mendorong adanya solusi nyata untuk mengatasi berbagai potensi krisis tersebut. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, kami baru saja selesai memimpin pertemuan tingkat Menteri G20 bidang perdagangan, investasi, dan industri yang berlangsung di Bali. Pertemuan menghasilkan sejumlah capaian konkret yang kami pandang dapat menjadi panduan kebijakan bagi pemulihan ekonomi global. Yang pertama, para menteri perdagangan G20 sepakat untuk mendorong reformasi WTO untuk membangun kembali kepercayaan antar negara dalam membenahi tata kelola perdagangan tingkat multilateral. Kedua, pertemuan juga mendukung penguatan sistem perdagangan multilateral untuk mempercepat pencapaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan atau SDGs. Yang ketiga, kami juga menyadari pentingnya akses produksi vaksin COVID-19 yang adil dan terjangkau melalui keringanan atas regulasi hak kekayaan intelektual. Yang keempat, para menteri G20 juga menekankan pentingnya isu prioritas perdagangan digital dan rantai nilai berkelanjutan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, akhir kata, kami sekali lagi menyambut baik sejumlah rekomendasi kebijakan yang telah disampaikan Trade and Investment Task Force B20 kepada para menteri perdagangan G20. Semoga dialog publik B20 G20 ini dapat memperkuat kolaborasi dan pengambilan kebijakan di sektor perdagangan, investasi dan industri sehingga memberikan manfaat yang sebesar-besarnya bagi kesejahteraan masyarakat. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Excellency Bapak Zulkifli Hasan. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we are in the midst of digitalization, the use of automation technology in industrial activities is inevitable. It is obvious that the implementations of Industry 4.0 will optimize the global trade and investment, and Indonesia itself has designed roadmap to enter the Industry 4.0, realizing the importance of connectivity and also interaction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored to have remarks from the Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. So please welcome Excellency Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished B20 Chair and B20 Trade and Investment Task Force Chair, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, trade and investment and industry have shared an equally important role leading up to pandemic recovery. The orchestrated efforts of all three sectors of the economy has managed to comprehensively bring sustainability and inclusivity into the overall economic development frameworks, bringing us out of recession and leapfrogging into high growth. Indonesia G20 presidency has pushed for alignment of trade, investment and industry working groups in order to construct and coordinate synchronized efforts for global economic recovery, whilst putting emphasis on the importance of industrial sector contributions in G20 discussions. Distinguished guests, we have just concluded today's Trade, Investment and Industry Ministerial meetings. From an industry perspective, G20 highlighted the importance of inclusive and sustainable industrial issues for the global economy recovery, and coherence between trade, investment, and industry can meet the current and future global challenges. G20 ministers also recognize the importance of advancing cooperation on industry-related aspects to support sustainable economic development in emerging countries and least developed countries. Moreover, G20 has also agreed to continue discussion on the intersection on trade, investment, and industry-related matters under the existing working group. For comprehensive discussion on industrial issue, Indonesia initiated the establishment of working group on industry under the next presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very delighted that this ministerial meetings has concluded after many open and constructive discussion. And I am delighted that the outcome will be part of the pathway leading towards the G20 summit. Subsequent to this, I hope that the B20-G20 Public Dialogue can also run smoothly and result in strong, comprehensive, and coherent policy recommendations to speed up post-pandemic global economy recovery. Thank you, and I wish you a good day ahead.
Thank you so much, Excellency Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to have a short photo session. But before we start the photo session, we will first invite Bapak Bobby Lianto as the chairman of the East Nusa Tenggara Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also Bapak Charles Angliwarwan as the chairman of the West Manggarai Chamber of Commerce and Industry to provide a ceremonial. So we will give a traditional cloth, the hand-woven cloth of the East Nusa Tenggara, as a warm welcome to Labuan Bajo, East Nusa Tenggara. Therefore, please join us here on the stage, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, the chair of the B20 Indonesia 2022, please. Ibu Sinta will receive the traditional cloth. This is the traditional hand-woven cloth of the East Nusa Tenggara and presented by Bapak Bobby and Bapak Charles. We invite Bapak Arif Rahmat, the chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force and executive director of Triputra Group. We also invite Bapak Dharma Joyonegoro, deputy chair of B20 Trade and Investment Task Force, who is also the CEO of Adaro Power, please. Koji Hachiyama, Chief Operating Officer of Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or area, please. Hachiyama-san, please. Ernst Coupens, Managing Director and CFO of Bayer ASEAN. Bapak Edi Stasius Andi, the Regent of Manggarai Barat Regency. Bapak Sugeng Santoso, expert staff to the ministers in the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. And of course, we invite Mark Smith, BCG Managing Director and Partner. And now, this is the time for the photo session to commemorate our beautiful memory here in the beautiful island Flores, Labuan Bajo. Please look at the main photographer. On 3, 2, 1. Labuan Bajo. Okay, so this pose is to mark L for Labuan Bajo. It stands for Labuan Bajo. 3, 2, 1. Bajo. Labuan Bajo. Please give your beautiful smiles. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now return to your seat. Thank you. Thank you so much once again. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are very close to the panel session, but before we start the dialogue and the panel session, I would like to once again acknowledge all of our sponsors of this activity of the B20-G20 Dialogue. Thank you so much to our main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energi Tbk, and Sinarmas. Our bronze sponsors, thank you so much to April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, PT Pertamina, Indofood, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, and Telkom Indonesia. Thank you also to our knowledge partner, Boston Consulting Group. And thank you as well to our network partners. They are International Chamber of Commerce, Global Business Coalition, World Economic Forum, and Business at OECD. So ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to all of our sponsors, our knowledge partner, as well as our network partners. Thank you so much. Now let's move on to the panel session. But of course, before we start the first panel session, we're going to have a ministerial remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now welcome the Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, to deliver his perspective on how the G20 TIMM shapes post-pandemic trade and investment governance to catalyze economic recovery, growth, and resilience. Excellency Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you for the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force Public Dialogue. I would like to begin by thanking Indonesia for hosting the United Arab Emirates at this year's G20 as a guest country, and for enabling us to contribute to the discussion vital to the global economy. Today's public dialogue is an important platform for governments to engage the private sector and accelerate action on strengthening the international trading system. Ultimately, the private sector is the principal catalyst for trade, innovation, and growth, and no government policy or initiative can hope to succeed without its consultation and input. Only by meeting and talking with businesses, industries, exporters, and trade agencies can we deliver balanced, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. This multi-stakeholder approach between G20 nations and global stakeholders is what gives the B20 community's recommendation such validity. As you know, the G20 countries remain the principal driver of global trade. Collectively, they represent 75% of all cross-border commerce. In the first quarter of 2022, the G20's trade hit all-time highs and is now approaching the $1 trillion mark. And to put that in a national context, the G20 makes up to 54% of the UAE's non-oil trade, which now has a value of $281.1 billion. These decisions made here this week will have a lasting impact on the multilateral trading system, and it's clear that we are still facing several challenges ahead, including growing inflation, the challenge of energy supply, and raising isolations and protectionism. Our mission is to address these challenges and to ensure that the progress made through the G20 Trade and Investment track, as well as the MC12 Geneva package, does not slip away. While we have significant challenges to overcome, there are still many reasons to be positive. We have endured the biggest disruption to global trade perhaps in our lifetime and have rebounded with some strength. In 2020, the value of exports from OECD countries declined by 8.2%. In 2021, they rose again by 25.9%, with values around 16% above their 2019 levels. We have also seen a new generation of trade deals, comprehensive economic partnership, such as RCEP and the UAE's own bilateral deals with India, Israel, and of course, Indonesia. The UAE-Indonesia CEPA established a dynamic alliance in the heart of the most exciting, fast-growing economic region in the world, one that will create opportunities with genuine global impact. These types of deals are securing supply chains, removing barriers to trade, and accelerating the flow of goods, services, capital, as well as skills. And these now capital flows are laying the foundation for an exciting, more sustainable future. The 2022 FDI intelligence report found that renewable energy received $85.2 billion across 466 projects last year, making the sector the single biggest recipient of FDI. There is, of course, more work to do. This is why the B20 Public Dialogue on Trade and Investment has such an important role in the outcomes of G20. Ladies and gentlemen, I am encouraged by the broad consensus here today on the benefits of the international trade and its ability to create opportunities, stimulate growth, and support economic and social development. It's important that we now move forward on the pressing issues that many stand in our way. So to conclude, I would like to commend the work of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force and urge the international business communities to join us in supporting the recommendations to promote open, fair, inclusive, and efficient global trade, facilitate innovation, digitalization, and adoption of technology, seek greater inclusivity in global supply and value chain, and make trade and investment driver for sustainable development. I'm confident that our discussion this week will make a significant contribution to the G20 Leader Summit in November. Wish you all the best, and thank you so much for having me with you.
Thank you so much, Excellency Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are very close now to start the first panel session, however, before I invite the moderator of our first panel session, I would like to also inform you that for those of you who join us here offline, later on you can send the questions on the discussion session or the Q&A session once we finish the panel session by scanning the barcode available behind the table number. So you can just type and send your question there. And for those who join us online, you can find the link provided on the screen on your devices, of course. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first panel session, in which in the first panel session, we're going to discuss further related to post-pandemic global trade and investment governance in maximizing the innovation and digitalization for global economic recovery, growth, and resilience. And our session will be very interesting as we have our moderator, that is the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force Policy Manager. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the first session, Ibu Shirley Susilo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shirley Susilo. I'm the Policy Manager of the Trade and Investment Task Force of B20 Indonesia. I'm very excited to be your moderator today, discussing the post-pandemic global trade and investment governance in maximizing innovation and digitalization for global economic recovery, growth, and resilience. Before I begin, allow me to walk you through the flow of our panel discussions today. We will have two panel discussions. In this first panel discussion, we will take a deep dive into the first two policy recommendations of the B20 Trade Investment Task Force, as Arif already briefed you through earlier. And in the next panel discussion, you will be deep diving the last two policy recommendations. In each panel session, we will invite each of our speakers to deliver a short remark. And after all our speakers deliver their remarks, we will continue with a question and answer session. Well, let me start by sharing the context behind our topic for the first panel discussion. So, trade and investment have always been the backbone of global economic growth. For decades, innovation, employment, and human development have been propelled by trade and investment. Unfortunately, global trade and investment have been slowing down in the past decade because of rising protectionism has weakened the multilateral trading system. In addition, countries has been unable to unlock fullest potential of innovation, digitalization, and technology to respond to global crisis due to weak coordination among countries. Now, the Trade and Investment Task Force has addressed these challenges in their first two policy recommendations. The first one is to promote open, fair, inclusive, and efficient post-pandemic global trade and investment multilateral governance, including through the reforming of the World Trade Organization, or what we know as the WTO. The second, by facilitating innovation, digitalization, technology adoption to support international development and mitigation for future global crises. Today, we are going to have 4 panelists. The first one will be Ms. Barbara Beltrame. She is a Vice President of Confindustria and co-chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force. She is also happened to be the chair of the previous B20 presidency, B20 Italy Trade and Investment Task Force as well. We have also Mr. Albert Park, Chief Economist at the Asian Development Bank. We will also have my colleague, Mr. Koji Hachiyama, the Chief Operating Officer of Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, or area. Mr. Koji Hachiyama, I would like to welcome you to the stage. Yeah, thank you. Please. Thank you. And also will join us online Bapak Eko Cahyanto, Director General of Industrial Resilience, Regional and International Access at the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Now, I would like to cut through the introduction, and I would like to deliver the floor to hear the views from our co-chair, Ms. Barbara Beltrame, about the topic that we just discussed today. Ms. Barbara Beltrame, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much, Shirley. First, let me greet dear Shintan and Ari, Germanio, Excellencies and colleagues. I'm very delighted to attend this dialogue, but I want to go straight to the point that you raised, Shirley. For many years, the B20 has been called for the reform of the WTO, and so did we during the B20 Italy. The task force that I have the honor to co-chair has been pushing very hard on this point. Sadly, just when we were spotting the light out of the COVID nightmare, the Russia invade Ukraine and bringing additional turmoil in a world already shocked by the pandemic. Now, the state of the play can be described as dramatically simpler. If we want a more inclusive and sustainable trade, we must revamp the credibility of the WTO. There is no plan B. The outcome of the last WTO ministerial conference are the first sign of vitality in decades. So our priority must remain put enough political weight behind its reform. Basically, the key points we are insist are always the same. So make the WTO decision-making process more effective, increase members' compliance, conclude oncoming negotiation, and explore new negotiation avenues in important matters. Of course, even among the business community, there are a bit different or specific issues, but we have demonstrated we can overcome them and show governments the way forward. The G20 countries can be game changers, and fast-moving economies like Indonesia can bring an immense added value. Having a sound regulation on e-commerce depends on the ability of the WTO to push forward the ongoing plurilateral initiative. Other policies can speed up digitalization and innovation, for example, of course, on intellectual priority rights and subsidies as well, because an expressive public support can undermine competition and discourage investment on the most innovative technology. Digitalization will be key in all economy and productive sector, and we must continue our effort as the next G20 will face more and more challenges. Trade must align with climate change, human rights, development, energy, raw material, just to name a few. In all of this field, digital technology and cybersecurity can make the difference. Let me add that risk assessment as a scale up in companies' daily priorities, and crisis management can become a permanent subject in our boards. So the word resilience has rightly become a mantra, but the burnout has been mostly on business schedule so far, We explore options for the transition every day, all of us, from the smallest to the biggest, because this is the very essential of entrepreneurship. But we cannot do all by our own. So to conclude, resilience and cooperation and government are two faces of the same coins. Our policy paper has several merits. Hence, by threefold call to the distinguished ministers that are with us today. I think that are making the best use out of it, involve business in your decision making, and have a long sign. Don't let the protectionism prevail. So thank you very much, and I wish Shinta and Arif and all the Indonesia the best success for the B20.
Your comments, and especially for pointing out the importance for business to be involved in decision making to combat all of this protectionism in the world today. Now, let me go to invite our second panelist, Mr. Albert Park, the Chief Economist of the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Park, the floor is yours. Mr. Park, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Yeah.
Good afternoon from Manila. I wish I could be there with you. This year, I had the pleasure of being a co-chair of the Think Tank 20 Task Force on Open Trade, Sustainable Investment in Industry. And so I've been thinking quite a lot about the issues that are facing the G20 this year. I want to say a few words in my short time about the role of trade and investment in economic development and recovery, some of the priorities for furthering multilateral trade and regional cooperation and integration, and then a few words about what the ADB is doing to support these efforts. So during the pandemic, trade and investment has played a really critical role in economic recovery. Last year in 2021, goods trade volume grew by 13% 8.2%, faster than the world's 11%. And services trade grew by 7.7%, also faster than the world's 7.4%. This year, of course, there's been a trade slowdown as demand has weakened globally. But I think looking to the future, just as it has for many decades now, trade and investment has really been a key driver of growth and also inclusive development in Asia. It's also, I think, one thing we learned from the pandemic is that it also is a source of resilience. Firms that were part of global value chains actually recovered much quicker from the pandemic than firms that were not. In terms of multilateral trade and priorities for improving it, of course, WTO reforms to reduce the impact of existing global inequalities is very important by strengthening rules and procedures. However, it's important to remember that the global community needs to recognize resources and capacity gaps facing developing economies in delivering and implementing trade reforms. And so there needs to be scope to assist such countries in building their capacities technically and in negotiating skills. The WTO needs to definitely attack this issue of the dispute settlement system. The reform could consider alternative approaches of arbitration and mediation, which could help strengthen the participation of developing economies currently who lack also the capabilities and financial resources to make use of the formal system. At ADB, we've also been trying to support the adaptation of many countries to the new RCEP rules to really take advantage of this very important trade agreement to promote value chain integration and development, which we think is part of inclusive growth, especially for poorer countries to find their place in the supply chain. Also, whether it's WTO, G20, any multilateral framework, there needs to be a consistent emphasis on promoting free trade in key goods in the areas of essential medical goods. We know that from the pandemic. Now, food security, there's a lot of protectionist measures that really need to be addressed. And of course, environmental goods going forward. Environmental goods that can help countries around the region attack climate change. We need to remove all trade barriers to these types of goods. And climate FDI also merits special treatment. At ADB, we've been trying to promote trade facilitation with a trade and supply chain finance program that has supported about $19 billion in trade and supply chain financing since COVID-19 began. We've also been making efforts to analyze the provisions of the RCEP agreement and support countries in thinking about how to best take advantage of it. And finally, we're doing a lot of work right now on supporting the analysis of digital trade agreements and also broadly, what are the digital needs for countries to take advantage of digital trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Albert Park. You brought a very, very important point for developing countries like Indonesia. I think that will be the merit also of the point of our discussion in the second panel discussion about the gap, the development gap that we need to address together. And of course, I think the indispensable work of the ADB to bring the capacity building or lifting up and empower developing countries in Asia to particularly benefit from the regional economic, comprehensive economic partnership, the RCEP that we just ratified like about a few days ago. Hopefully there will be growth out of it. Next, I think I would like to go back to Mr. Koji Hashiyama. Mr. Koji, go ahead and tell us what you think about our topics today.
Thank you very much. And I'm Koji Hachiyama from Economic Research Institute for ASEAN East Asia area. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and also thank you for the warm hospitality by the beautiful, very beautiful city, Labuan Bajo. And Let me make a short remarks. The global economy embarked on recovery period, and the COVID-19 pandemic has brought us to rethink and reconfigure the vital role of the technology in investment, trade, and businesses. With the acceleration of digitalization, I believe that the countries have developed a stronger foundation and more resilient of the international production network. We earlier announced a comprehensive Asian Development Plan 3.0, or we call it the CADP 3.0, last week, which aims to build a digitally connected society and economy under the 4 pillars of integration, innovation, inclusiveness, and sustainability. So that I'd like to brief each pillar. The first pillar is the integration. Integration is the core of development strategy to stimulate economic growth, especially with the enhancement of the digital technologies. It creates a new wave of international division of labor where tasks can be performed remotely. It also connects regions and brings the world to adhere to globalization. The second pillar is innovation. Accumulated incremental innovation to be combined with a disruptive digital innovation, especially by leveraging the potential of younger generation in the region. The third pillar is inclusiveness. Digital technologies fills the geographical gaps between urban and the rural area, or the industrial gap between the big company and MSMEs, as well as the social gaps such as gender, aging, and education. For example, digital technology transforms the traditional industry, such as agriculture, to become the industries with a strong competitiveness. And the last pillar is sustainability. Sustainability should not only be seen as long-term objectives, but also as a way to face present challenges. The fourth industrial revolution, or 4IR, digital technologies such as IoT, AI, and robotics could greatly contribute to these efforts, particularly on decarbonization, resource management, and disaster management. And the G20 plays a significant role in leading the world economy, and therefore has a strong position to promote and support the 4 pillars indicated by our CADP 3.0. In order to realize the world envisioned by CADP 3.0, it is essential to develop a digital infrastructure to support the startups community, to improve the human resource quality, which creates the environment that promotes the digital trades. Public-private partnership is also vital to encourage the involvement of the private sectors. It is necessary to strengthen the cybersecurity measures to enable the digital business safely. I'm confident that if the G20 countries work together, the region will be able to achieve the greater results and significant contribution on the development of the global economy. We area will also establish a new center for digital innovation and sustainable economy within area to strengthen our research capability and to make more practical proposals in order to realize the world visualized in CADP 3.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hachiyama. It's very interesting, though, that you point out how technology can transform traditional business like agriculture into tapping into new opportunities. That's something we need to elaborate more later on. And last but not least, I would like to invite our last panelist, and also I think the ultimate panelist, because he's representing the G20 Indonesia Trade Investment and Industry Working Group, Bapak Eko Cahyanto, the Director General of Industrial Resilience, Regional and International Access at the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Pak Eko, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Shirley. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, Excellencies, Honorables, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here, join this afternoon dialogues. I promised to Ibu Sinta actually to go to Labuan Bajo. Yesterday I sat next to Ibu Sinta chairing the TII ministerial meetings, but it's glad to be here, and in response to the theme of this afternoon dialogues, we have been discussing all 6 of priority issues in trade and investment working group since March this year, and in the response to the pandemics, the industrializations or the adoptions of technology, as Pak Koji mentions, industry in reality plays an important role. UNIDO presents yesterday's that countries with stronger manufacturing sectors were able to withstand the crisis, receive smaller shocks, and recover faster. Another important aspects that UNIDO mentioned yesterday is the existence of mitigating factors such as industrial capacities, connectivity in value chain, and the implementation of digitalization that can make the industry better in responding to the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, before the pandemics, Indonesia introduced the initiative of making Indonesia 4.0. While we excited with the preparation of the implementation of the 10 priorities policies to achieve our aspiration after the implementation of making Indonesia 4.0, pandemics came and dramatically accelerated the adoption of digital technologies at both the organizational and industrial levels. It brings new opportunities for the adoption of digital technologies in the production processes and for a structural shift toward the implementation of Industry 4.0. Indonesia pays great attention to the implementation of Industry 4.0 through the Making Indonesia 4.0 program. It includes 10 priorities from supply chains, sustainability, MSMEs, digital infrastructures, human resources, ecosystems, policies, synergy, and to increase resilience against unforeseen shocks and building a better future. Adoption of new technology through the implementation of Industry 4.0 is expected to be an enabler for an inclusive and sustainable industry, which is the main driver to the successful integration of the economic, social, and environment, and its dimension of sustainable development. Also promote transparency and fair business practices. Based on the result of the G20 Trade Investment Industry Ministerial Meeting, which just ended this afternoon, related to today's discussion to maximize innovation and digitalization for global economic recovery, growth, resilience, several agreements were made, including the further recognize the opportunities offered by digital transformation for resilience, sustainable and inclusive economic growth, and the importance of supportive and collaborative digital trade policies and digital technology for managing the risks and challenges associated with the digital advancement, sustaining economic activity, and speeding up economic recovery. G20 also highlighted that the adoption of digital technologies has wide-ranging implication for the scope, scale, speed, and pattern of production, trade, and investment. Ibu Serli, I need some more time. This shows that coherence between trade, industry, and investment can maximize the implementation of digitalization and innovation, as well as overcome current and future challenges so as to increase economic resilience and accelerate economic recovery. That's what I can say about the result of G20 Trade Investment Industry Ministerial Meetings today. I give back the floor to you, Ibu Serli.
Thank you very much, Pak Eko. Thank you for sharing the insight that is fresh from the oven, from the TII ministerial meeting. Actually, as a policy manager, I'm very happy that I hear outcomes from the TII ministerial meetings that resounds very closely to B20 Trade and Investment policy recommendations. So it's really glad that I'm really glad that the priorities and highlights of importance for the TII working group ministerial meetings and the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force is completely aligned, specifically in terms of technology. Thank you very much, Pa Eko. Now we will continue with the Q&A session. For the past few days, we have tried to gather questions from all of you participants, be it offline and online. We have selected some questions and we will direct them to our panelists to answer. That being said, I would like to direct the first question to my colleague, Hashiyama-san. You were mentioning about how technology can help existing industry to tap into new opportunities, right? What about resilience? How can countries leverage digitalization to respond to global crisis and advance economic growth? What do you think?
Thank you very much. Yes, and I think that for the digitalization, the most important key challenge is how to digitalize the MSMEs business. And also that in digital economy system, MSMEs can be involved as a major players. And that will be the very impact to the digital economy itself. Then I think that to realize that the digital divide is we have to solve that. So that for this like human resource development is very important, I think.
Thank you, Hashiyama-san. Next, maybe I will go back to Barbara because she mentions the importance of having, global governance, specifically WTO, being reformed. Not only about the functions of WTO, but also the need to have a sort of rule of play, I think. In terms of technology and digitalization. Barbara, can you share how B20 Indonesia, B20 Italy, and the previous B20 cycles corresponds to each other in terms of WTO reform? And what does the B20 community specifically seek to see in the reform itself, at least at this point now that we have the MC12 going on, or at least having some progress to the WTO reform that we asked for? Barbara, to you.
Yes, Shirley. Look, I think that the B20 are very, very important for the reform of the WTO. Actually, this B20 Indonesia, B20, also the previous one. What actually companies, businesses, or entrepreneurs are expect is that the reform that are actually, I think, 20 years that no one changed, and the world is changing. Even if we see the e-commerce or everything that now we are going to buy online, if we don't have a reform that the only one who can make it is the WTO, will be impossible now to understand how all the commitments are going. So, and this is only one thing that I think is important that the WTO need to do it. And with the ministerial conference that we have done last year, actually, yes, last year in June, if I do not forget, there was actually an open space for us. And the new Director General, Dr. Gozzi, she's very good. She's very good, and I think with her work we can do together as much that we can do. I mean, all the things that we can do together with her, we are trying to do it. So I hope that also this B20 Indonesia can help the WTO with this reform.
Thank you, Barbara. I think the WTO needs so much support from the business, given that there's a wide range of interests. I mean, the WTO have a lot more than 160 countries or economies, to be precise, to be represented on and make a consensus. We need to know and we need to recognize how difficult it is to make more meaningful progress. Of course, the B20 needs to continuously support the WTO reform, as you said, Barbara. Then I will go back to Pak Eko. How can the B20 and G20 synergize better in coordinating for global crisis mitigation through innovation and technology, Pak Eko? Because you were mentioning that the G20 see the importance of technology for resilience, right? So how do we align and how can we synergize better for that, Pak Eko?
Okay, Shirley. That's what we discussed since March, the coherence between the adoption of the technology in the business, because the adoptions of the technology, let's say the industry 4.0, could dramatically change the way how we do the business, how we treat each other, and how we live in the future. So B20 is the key role in implementing the adoption of the technology. We talk about the resilience and talk about the competitiveness. The adoption of technology is important key to win the resilience and the competitiveness as well. But we are here talk about how we recover together and recover stronger. So we should have common policies which could work each other and is let's say the transfers of technologies to ease, for example, the vaccine productions, and we can make it so no one left behind.
Thank you, Pak Eko. That's important. That's important key point. No one left behind, and we like that. And actually, that's one of the motto of B20 Indonesia. That when we talk about inclusivity, we want all of us to recover together where we at, and helping each other to be at the same level of growth. Next, I think I would like to go back to Mr. Alba Park. I think in your view, what are the most significant takeaways from the pandemic in terms of propelling innovation and digitalization for the future?
Well, there's so much work to be done, and I really want to endorse the real message of the G20 that we need to recover together, to recover stronger. And so there's so many areas we need to cooperate and overcome all of the divisiveness that seems to have emerged globally, and especially in terms of trade and investment. So in terms of the digitalization and technology development in trade, we need to move to paperless trade, which digitalization enables. Digitalization also, adding to this discussion of resiliency, it helps promote resilience because if you digitalize trade, you get a lot more clarity about the nature of supply chains. You also learn where the different sources are for different goods, and it gives you much more types of multiple strategies to think about adjusting supply chains in the face of shocks with that kind of information. And as mentioned before, it's really key, digitalization is key to inclusivity. So one thing that ADB is now really endorsing is that all countries consider adopting the United Nations model law on electronic transferable records and some of the other UN agreements on that try to establish standards. Because if you have interoperability and free flow of information, then it obviously helps everybody, especially small and medium scale enterprises. Because if you're a small enterprise, you don't really have the bandwidth to deal with different standards in different countries and understand them. You don't have the bandwidth to deal with paper-based requirements to do contracts in many different countries. You really need to just get online, know what the main standards are, and find your buyers and go. And to the extent we can make this process more seamless, it really will make trade more inclusive. So maybe I'll stop there, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Albert Park. I think the point about digitalization of trade, I think is very important, specifically because I see the connection between what you said and what Mr. Hachiyama is saying, that we need to empower MSME, and if we want to create better inclusion for us MSMEs in supply chain, of course, the technology will be very imperative in terms of helping MSMEs to comply to trade rules and things like that, and help them to learn about the transparency measures in trade as well. I think we have we have completed our session today. I was informed that I need to conclude the Q&A. Thank you very much for all four panelists for sharing the views, and for all of you who has been sending us questions. I'm very sorry I cannot read all your questions and give them to the panelists, but I hope from what we shared today and our panels shared today, we understand a little bit how important the policy recommendations of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force with regards to open trade, with regards to digitalization, and how trade can be combined with technology to improve resilience, to improve growth, and of course, to recover together, recover stronger. With that, I would like to conclude my session and give back the floor to the Ms. MC.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to our moderator. Thank you so much, Ibu Shirley. And please remain on the stage, as I would like to invite both of you to have a photo session along with other panelists who are joining us online. Hopefully you're still there on the online. Please kindly turn on your video if you're still there. Thank you. Now let's have a photo session for a while with the moderator and also all panelists on the first panel session. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Especially to our moderator, Ibu Shirley. Thank you for leading such a very interesting discussion. All right, thank you so much. You may now return back to your chair. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first panel session, and we still have another panel session. However, before we continue with the next session, we would like to kindly remind you that later on, once again, during the next panel session, we're going to have another session for the discussion or the Q&A, and still with the same rules that you can just type your questions in the link provided on your screen for those who join us online. And for those who join us here offline, you can just find the link or the place to send your questions in the barcode available on your table number. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next agenda, as we will have the Under-Secretary of State of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Manlio Di Stefano, that will share his thoughts as well and his perspectives on how G20 TIIMM supports the achievement of SDGs through the creations of inclusive and resilient global value chains. As we know that the global value chains played an essential role in driving equitable economic growth. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Manlio Di Stefano.
Hello, everyone. And first of all, my congratulations to the Indonesian presidency for arranging the G20, where I've been participating, and now the B20. It has been a great event. Dear Chair, Excellencies, distinguished participants, thank you for inviting me to open this session on such a relevant topic. Indeed, the G20 can play a vital role in supporting the achievement of sustainable development goals and increasing the inclusivity and resilience of global value chains, a task that has become even more urgent with the outbreak of the global pandemic and now with the disruptive consequences of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Already at the G20 Trade and Investment Ministerial meeting, which was held in Italy last year, as now in Indonesia, we discussed the importance of trade in promoting the UN 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals in their three dimensions: economic, social, and environmental. G20 members and B20 should thus continue to work to ensure that trade supports the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. Trade plays a crucial role in fostering economic resilience. Accordingly, trade openness and liberalization under the WTO rules have allowed economic growth and development, increased the living standards, and lifted millions of people out of poverty. In the event of economic shocks, trade ensures continued access to goods and services when the domestic economy is unable to produce them. Building trust with the private sector and engaging in public-private cooperation are equally important. Indeed, the supply chain's resilience is primarily built by firms, but it can be facilitated by the regulatory framework, environment, and public-private dialogue. Moreover, reinforcing international cooperation on trade is fundamental to minimize the impact of supply chain and to minimize the impact of supply shocks, ensure the smooth functioning of international markets, and avoid trade disruptions, especially when building food and health resilience around the world are of key importance. In this regard, I would also like to mention the importance of investment facilitation. Indeed, in addition to creating a sound and transparent business environment that supports resilient recovery and sustainable and inclusive growth, facilitating investment can also help achieve SDGs. That is why I would like to encourage G20 members to participate in the WTO Joint Statement Initiative on Investing Facilitation for Development. Trade and sustainable supply chains can play a significant role in accelerating progress towards the achievement of SDGs on sustainable consumption and production, climate change, life below water, and life on land. Better alignment between trade and environmental policies is critical to global prosperity, given the mounting economic and social costs brought about by climate change. Trade and environmental policies should thus be mutually supportive. In this regard, let me draw your attention to the trade and environmental sustainability structure discussions within the WTO, urging G20 members to join them. Effective liberalization of trade in environmental goods and services should significantly contribute to the achievement of sustainability goals. Greater policy alignment between trade and the circular economy should also be explored by promoting trade in goods and services that contribute to a circular economy. Trade policies also have a role in helping implement the SDGs on decent work and gender equality. According to some think tanks, trade liberalization could increase wages by up to 4%, and open economies outperform closed ones in terms of working conditions. In addition, they are generally characterized by greater respect for labor rights, with a positive impact on gender equality and a decline in child labor. Labor-related provisions in international treaties can reinforce domestic law by prohibiting the lowering of labor standards aimed at attracting investments. A key element of responsible business conduct is risk-based due diligence, a process through which businesses identify, prevent, and mitigate their actual and potential negative impacts. As such, RBC can help achieve the objectives of mitigating the risk of global value chains disruptions and minimizing the environmental, social, and governance impacts of said disruptions. The OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises for promoting and enabling a responsible business conduct provide a common framework for human rights and environmental due diligence in global supply and value chains. However, much still needs to be done to promote social development, and policymakers should ensure that the benefits of trade reach all workers and vulnerable communities, thereby making societies more inclusive. International organizations like the WTO, the ILO, and the OECD could support this effort. Concerning gender equality, we note with satisfaction that the gender perspective is mainstream in many policies, including trade ones. However, the gap is still too big, and we need to redouble our effort to ensure real and effective empowerment of women and disadvantaged groups in general. I could not conclude without mentioning the importance of micro, small, and medium enterprises and the critical role they play in our economies. They are indeed paramount to meeting the sustainable development goals related to gender equality, decent work, economic growth, and industry, innovation, and infrastructure. As global challenges proliferate, G20 members should be able to converge around the objective of addressing the most pressing problems: economic recovery and inclusive development free from competitive distortions, as well as environmental and social sustainability. I look forward to hearing businesses' perspectives and suggestions. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you so much to Manlio Di Stefano. Mr. Di Stefano, thank you so much. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next panel session. And as we know that the three priorities that we have, the sustainability and then also inclusivity and resilience are the main priorities and also the main values that we always promote in delivering the best practices as well as in making a policy recommendations. And now for the second panel session, we're going to take the theme of the inclusive and resilient global value chains in the context of moving towards sustainable trade and investment. And the moderator for this session will be Mark Smith, the BCG Managing Director and Partner. And before we open the second session, we would like to kindly invite you once again later on during the discussion session to type or send your questions in the link provided on your screen for those who join us online, and for those who join us offline here, you can just send the questions by scanning the barcode available behind your table number. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage our moderator for this second session, Mr. Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu, Babak. I guess with the sun going down behind me, I can say now good evening to those here in Labuan Bajo, and also hello to everybody online, the friends of B20. I'm Mark Schmidt. I'm a managing director at the Boston Consulting Group, and I have the honor of moderating this panel now. Maybe just take a step back. This year, as Arif and Bushita have been calling out, BCG has been supporting the task force for trade and investment, and we have also been the knowledge partner for B20 overall. So Bushita, Arif, thank you very much for your warm words earlier to our support. We've actually been supporting B20 since 2013. In all of its processes, so we're very proud to continue this tradition here today. So in this panel, what we wanted to touch on, building on the previous panel moderated by Bushirli, it's on inclusive and resilient global value chains in the context of moving towards sustainable trade and investment. So let me remind you briefly on the context again that Arif already laid out before. There are two recommendations that we will be discussing. And these really have been prompted by two challenges that the task force has been trying to address. The first one is around the low participation of micro, small, and medium enterprises in the global value chains overall. And the second one is around the lack of a coherent positioning of trade and investment as a driver for greener and more sustainable development. And as we heard earlier, there are two policy recommendations that come from that. The policy recommendation number 3, the first one in this bunch, is seek to amplify support to attain inclusivity in global supply and value chains. So that's the first one. Leading to the second one, the fourth policy recommendation, which is make trade and investment impactful drivers for greener and more sustainable development in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. So today I'm joined by 3 esteemed panelists. First, we have Mr. Juan José Daboub, Director at Philip Morris International, and also co-chair of the Trade and Investment Task Force of B20 Indonesia. Second, we have Mr. Ernst Coppens. Mr. Coppens, if I can ask you to come on stage as well. He's Managing Director and also President Commissioner of Bayer Indonesia and CFO of Bayer ASEAN. And third, and definitely not least, is Ms. Jasmine Begum, Director of Corporate, External and Legal Affairs at Microsoft and ASEAN and New Markets at Microsoft. Welcome all. Before we go into more of a discussion, actually taking up questions directly from the public, I would first like to ask for some opening remarks for each one of our panelists. And I would like to ask Mr. Daboub to start us off with his remarks. Mr. Daboub, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your warm introduction. It is really an honor for me to present the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force recommendations today from Washington, D.C., very early here. Ladies and gentlemen, with the current global challenges, it is important to rethink the role of trade and investment in supporting the global economy recovery. Allow me to highlight some of the Trade and Investment Task Force's focus, which calls for a stronger collaboration across all stakeholders. First, recommendation number 3, amplify support to attain inclusivity in global supply and value chains. COVID-19, as many have mentioned, has increased MSMEs' challenges to integrate into the global value chain. In 2020, WTO reported that 60% of trade finance requests by MSMEs were rejected. This number rose significantly during the pandemic. This is unfortunate, given that MSMEs represent about 90% of businesses and more than half of employment worldwide. In developing economies, they contribute to around 35% of GDP and around 50% in developed countries. In the case of Indonesia, their contribution is slightly over 61%. With such a significant contribution, B20 calls for G20 to increase access to finance and supportive regulatory environment that enables investors and lenders to assist MSMEs to scale up. An inclusive, evidence-based policy-making process is a prerequisite for an enabling regulatory environment. Aligned with Indonesia's G20 focus in accelerating digital transformation, B20 calls for collaboration in supporting MSMEs by providing know-how and assistance in digital technologies adaptation to further promote their inclusion in the global value chains. Articulating a clear definition of MSMEs at the domestic level is critical to ensure that support given to MSMEs are effective, efficient, and not be abused by unintended parties. As part of the B20 initiatives, Philip Morris International, together with 13 other companies, are committed to take part in inclusive closed-loop pledge to support the Indonesian government in leading the G20 countries to put forward collaboration between government and the private sector to further boost MSMEs development. Secondly, on recommendation 4, making trade and investment impactful drivers for a greener and more sustainable development in line with Sustainable Development Goals. The trade and investment plays a critical role as drivers of global sustainable development. In order to achieve this, collaborative efforts between countries is needed, including the expansion of voluntary carbon markets and reduction in carbon emissions. We encourage governments to further facilitate foreign direct investment flows towards green business and circular business models with leveraging trade and investment measures to accelerate inclusive and just transition. The public sector cannot achieve the net zero target alone. Private sector support is critical, and we are eager and ready to support. Through these efforts, we can ensure that the future global economy will be better equipped to create sustainable and resilient growth against any potential global change disruptions. I would like to close my remarks by thanking Trade and Investment Task Force for the collaboration in the past few months. I hope that our recommendation will help shape the future direction of global trade and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daboob. I mean, what I found stark in your words is, first of all, as you highlight the economic impact of the MSMEs, but the limited access they have to some of the supporting structure like financing, as you highlighted for the trade finance, but also the importance of the MSMEs towards meeting sustainable development targets, as well as the overall net zero pledges that, for example, Indonesia and other countries have made. The other one is obviously the point that you made around that it's local policy also that will drive that support. But then lastly, also commend Philip Morris on signing up to the closed loop. And I think I want to hand it over to Mr. Coppens maybe for his words and opening statements at this point.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. It's an honor and a great pleasure to be here today and to be able to share with you a few of the activities that we as a corporate, as Bayer, are doing globally, but particularly here in Indonesia. Sustainability is obviously integral to our corporate strategy, and as such we have committed to support 100 million smallholder farmers in low and middle income countries with our products, services and partnerships, some 100 million people in underserved communities in the matters of self-care and nutritional supplementation, and provide 100 million women in low and middle income countries to access to contraceptives. Only if we do that can we really pursue our purpose of science for a better life and to make our businesses sustainable and inclusive. Now, micro, small and medium-sized enterprises do play an important, if not crucial part in helping us to achieve our sustainability commitments. We are one of the signatories of the B20 pledge on inclusive business model because we believe in the effectiveness of such model in solving social and economic challenges in low and middle income countries. I'm very happy to give you an example on our Better Life Farming program for smallholder farmers, particularly focusing on MSMEs. We have empowered 2,000 small village-based agricultural shops, kiosks called Better Life Farming Centers in Indonesia, but also in India and Bangladesh. Out of those, 600 are already operating in 15 provinces here in Indonesia. And I'm very happy to say that also here in NTT, we have one of these centers. Now, there we put special attention to female empowerment to ensure full inclusiveness. And our goal is there to globally have 20% empowerment and female inclusion. I'm very happy to say that that ratio is achieved and overachieved already here in Indonesia. Together with these activities for the smallholder farmers, we have included our other two businesses around pharmaceuticals and also our consumer health businesses to really make sure that we have an integrated approach. And there we are in a unique position here in Indonesia through our Bayer Untuk Indonesia or BISA activities, where we integrate healthcare and nutrition also with the Better Life farming activities, because these underserved communities, as they progress, are of course particularly interested and of course also addressing specific topics that we are facing in Indonesia around stunting, and of course with a comparatively high rate of female participation in these smallholder farmers, reproductive health becomes very, very important as well. So we are very, very glad and proud to be able to do these activities here in Indonesia with our local partners, of which there are many, because without them it would not be possible. And I'm really looking forward to good discussions, which we had already, but also later on after this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coppens. I think what really strikes me from what you're saying is how you have been able to actually scale the impact, the amount of people that you're touching through the business models that you're using as part of the closed loop. So that's really impressive, and maybe something to reflect on how other businesses can also do that, and as you say, collaboratively with partners. The other thing that you highlight is also the topic of inclusivity around females, and congratulations that you're over-exceeding on that target already. It's obviously one important part of the B20 recommendation as well. Maybe, Ms. Begum, if I could invite you in for your perspective after hearing the other two.
Thank you, Mark. Excellencies, to the hosts, congratulations, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide the intervention today. As I said and listened both at panel 1 and panel 2, and we talked about technology as an important enabler, and I thought it was critical that I sort of bridged the conversation with technology and the intersection between trade, sustainability, and technology policy that sometimes can inhibit our greater aspirations. We recognize that we are entering a new era where organizations will become digital organizations, where every nation will become a digital nation. What we have seen is during the turbulent time, technology has been the key enabler. And what we want to see as we see the MSMEs trying to be brought mainstreamed into the economy and contribute to the digital economy. One area that continues to be a barrier to entry is a non-cohesive regulatory environment. In panel 1, there was discussion around nationalism that prohibits that could be seen to be prohibiting the growth of digital economy, the growth of MSMEs. And I thought it was important here that we talk about the role of cloud. And today the growth must be, and while we recognize that growth must be environmentally sustainable, socially just, and equitably distributed, we as providers of technology recognize and promise to be that cloud promises to be the greatest technological enabler of a sustainable and humane economic growth that the nations and people of the world require. We recognize that it's paramount duty as technology providers that cloud as an enabler provides and delivers on this promise. And we need to look at the role of cloud, public cloud, not only as one that is seen to grow in country, but a hyperscale cloud that allows for cross-border data flow, that allow MSMEs to be compliant. And that, I think, is one of the most important issues that we need to address. The cost of compliance today can be escalating, and we want to ensure that with cloud, that compliance is eased, and cost of regulatory compliance will not be able to help innovation. While we see cloud, the growth of cloud and security around cloud not only ensures the role of MSMEs as suppliers and vendors for both government and private sector, it is critical that we look at some policy recommendations. And I have 4 that I would like to put forward. Establishing net zero aligned national contribution commitments and implementations of plans, so that there would be an opportunity to encourage not only MSMEs, but everyone in the economy to play a role. Setting standards and reporting requirements for carbon, for example, and environment impacts, that needs to be also harmonized. Promoting market mechanisms is another one that I think it's critical for us to consider. Pricing mechanisms, removing regulatory barriers that help carbon reduction technologies as technologies mature. And finally, empowering consumers to make better choice through transparent and universal standards for information about the carbon content of goods and services. As we think about the role of technology, it is critical that we also remove barriers that were put there during the analog in an analog government or in an analog nation. And as we transform from analog to e-government to digital government and finally GovTech, it is critical that we consider what is impeding the growth of MSMEs, especially, and their participation in a sustainable growth. With that, thank you. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Ms. Begum. And I really like that theme of digital coming through again. I think we've heard that also in the prior panel as an important, obviously, element of the policy recommendation. But what we also heard earlier, and I think, Ms. Begum, you already highlight this, is like how the different policy recommendations actually from this B20 are interlinked, which is also to what Bushinta highlighted earlier in her incoming remarks. Maybe we move to the Q&A and address some of the questions that have been coming in through the public. And maybe, Mr. Koppitz, I can go to you first. So one of the questions that has come in is, how can we entice more of the business community to launch more initiatives that increase the participation of MSMEs in the global value chain? I guess sort of how can we replicate more of what your company has done, basically?
I think what is important to consider is this is not a one company or one ministry activity. This needs to be a collaborative effort, particularly when we are talking about MSME and the poorest of the poor. So we are specifically focusing on the micro, small and medium enterprises in the smallholder farming community, of which there are 500 million worldwide. That is a lot of interactions that need to take place, and we can help as Bayer with our technologies around crop science, about seed technology, and even we have digital models. We use drones, application of sprays, we use IT data to get historic weather data, ground conditions, etc., etc. So technology, as pointed out by the esteemed speaker just before me, is essential to be able to engage with so many MSMEs at the same time and get the latest high-tech information to them to take the right decisions on the farm. But that's just one piece. That will result in better productivity, better yields for the farmers, and we need to make sure that we work in the locations where we are active in with local distribution partners. We need to work together with financing institutes. Governments need to put the exact frameworks around them that enable us to work accordingly, because only through the free trade can these small and medium enterprises prosper and advance and make sure that they become more contributing members to society in terms of also consuming and becoming greater consumers. So I think it's not limited to that. We cannot do it ourselves. I think we need to collaborate much more and much more specifically in the markets we are active in.
So more collaboration maybe than normal business models that large corporations would have, and also very localized solutions and maybe local business models ultimately.
Absolutely, because I mean, let's take COVID, for example. That is something we all experienced, and it showed us one thing. We like to use the word resilience here a lot, and we have all proven to be very resilient. That's the ability to bounce back. I actually like to think of it much more in a skill that we need to advance further, and we have advanced there as a humanity, but also for Bayer as a company for sure. It's adaptability. We need to be able to change. Bouncing back and change better. Bouncing back better. That is important. So we've seen that we've all very nicely have been able to adopt the latest technologies and digital, and we can communicate via video conference, and we can even have a B20 conference like that, streaming online, which I think is a great success. But this is just the beginning. So this willingness to adapt business model and not stick to the traditional business models is key if we want to face the challenges and support our MSMEs.
Thank you, Mr. Coppens. Ms. Jasmine Begum, maybe a question to you also from the public around supply chains, value chains more broadly, and what you see maybe from your point of view at Microsoft. So how can companies improve their value chain to support sustainable development further? Ms. Begum?
Thank you. Sorry, Mark. I was trying to unmute. Thank you. I think the role of companies, it has to be incentivized. There has to be a realization that there's a role of the government in providing that incentive, especially to new players in sustainability. But what has to be driven bottom up and top down is the fact that there is greater good, and it is not just good for the sake of doing good, but it's good for the business, and that it is good for longevity. It is better for community and society. And I think today what is not enough, and that we want to bring to fore, is that it is not one that you want to do as a bolt-on. It is not something that you want to say, I need to stick it in so that it is another check in the box. I think what is important is to be built in by default, by design, as an integral part of doing business. And one such example, and I want to go back, is that the role of technology in making sure that the technology that you are using is able to support you in that journey. And what we do see is that sometimes most companies or organizations feels like it is a cost, an additional cost. How we have encouraged our suppliers is to encourage them to support and be part in the initiatives that we conduct. They are part of our supply chain, and they are then also building out their supply chain. So it is a bit of a domino effect. So an MNC that fosters the partner ecosystem, and the partner ecosystem that further has spillover effect on their ecosystem. So it is one that is continuous and goes right down to the consumer at the end of the line. So I do believe that while we bring this awareness to fore, we need to also advocate this as good regulatory practice, that good business means sustainable, resilient, one that drives perseverance, and not just about resilience, but also there is perseverance and continuity. I think that, and inclusive by design, I think those are elements as we think about the value chain and the supply chain.
Thank you. So basically thinking inclusively about all stakeholders, so not just employees or the financial investors, but also society, communities, environment as a stakeholder to consider when optimizing your value chains, and as well as I think what I heard from you is leading by example, right? And maybe leading as an MNC in this case, leading from the top and basically spreading that through your value chains.
Ecosystem, that's right.
Maybe then if we take the last question from the public, Mr. Daboob, to you on that one. The question is, what key supports are needed by the business community from the government to foster inclusivity?
This is a very important question. Private sector stakeholders are uniquely positioned to help build capacity and enhance operations of the companies in their ecosystem, especially micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, including women-led MSMEs. As an example, PMI with Sampurna in Indonesia, our value creation ecosystem is empowering Indonesian MSMEs with more than 180,000 mom-and-pop stores in the Sampurna retail community, where close to 60% are women-led companies, organizations that are breadwinners for their families. And more than 56,000 people are under our entrepreneurship training center. Also, we have some 22,000 farmers in Indonesia as part of this program. So these smaller enterprises operate within the orbit of larger private sector players, often playing an integral part in the broader supply chain or value chain. However, the business community cannot do this alone. A strong support by governments is crucial. Government support can be in the form of policy or regulation, as well as financial and non-financial support. As part of our recommendation, the B20 calls on governments across the G20 to 1, provide support for MSMEs and to ensure that supporting policies and incentives are utilized by targeted MSMEs beneficiaries. One very practical example, we can call upon having a clear definition of MSMEs at the domestic level, so those support given to MSMEs could be effective, efficient, and to the targeted beneficiaries without being misused. 2, improve funding and access to financing for all business, in particular women entrepreneurs and MSMEs. Increase the resilience of the JBCs by promoting higher homogeneity of standards. And finally, leverage automation and digitalization in reducing regulatory burdens and transaction costs for all business, especially for MSMEs. Concerted efforts between all stakeholders, especially the private sector and the government, are critical in developing holistic solutions in tackling this very challenging cycle that very often MSMEs face.
That's a great summary and a great call for action, I think, also towards the G20. And I think with that, we actually conclude our panel. And I just maybe in summary, I would say there's really practical learnings and examples that we've heard today in the panel around what both governments, policymakers, but also particularly businesses really can do to take a lead and drive forward the policy recommendations, support the policy recommendations that the B20 has done. So with that, thank you, Mr. Daboub, Ms. Begum, Mr. Coppens, for your participation today. For me, it's been a pleasure moderating the panel. So thank you for having me here today, and also together doing this with Ms. Shirley. So thank you. We are very proud of, I think, what has been achieved, and Mr. Arif was pointing out the work that we as BCG have done in the past, in the background, together with everybody involved, and I think it's because we also truly believe in what can be achieved by what the task force done. So we're very proud and continue to support advocacy and also the side events in the coming month. And maybe as a small reminder at the end, the B20 processes this year will all culminate in the B20 summit, which will take place in Bali in November 13 and 14. So with that, thank you very much and for participating, also for the public, for their questions, and I'll hand it back to Ms. Dion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. And now, please have a photo session for a while with all of the panelists on the second session. Please raise for both of you. Three, two, one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Smith, and also all panelists on the second panel session. Thank you so much. You may now return back to your chair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our second panel session. And now we will continue to have another ministerial remarks. Ocean economy has enormous capacity for future creation and also innovation. Thus, I would like to present to you the perspective on ocean economy as a driver for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. It will be delivered by the Deputy for Maritime Resources of the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Jody Mahardi.
Thank you, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon. I'm here to represent the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of Indonesia, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, who unfortunately cannot join this event due to an official trip abroad. So it is indeed a great honor to be able to join this very important event. On this occasion, I would like to complement to these fruitful discussions by providing some perspective on the area of ocean economy. The ocean is the largest natural carbon sink on the planet, covers 71% of the Earth's surface, and provides both renewable and non-renewable resources. So it is a critical source of livelihoods for billions of people, offering huge opportunities for driving economic growth, jobs, and innovation. The value of key ocean assets has been estimated at $24 trillion and the value of derived services at $2.5 trillion per year, or $1.5 trillion without non-market benefits. This is equivalent to 3 to 5% of global GDP. But the ocean's current productivity and hence its potential for economic growth is greatly reduced and likely to decline further due to overfishing and destruction of ecosystems by bottom trawling, seabed mining, and offshore industries, pollution from maritime industries and land-based activities, unregulated coastal development, acidification caused by CO2 emissions from fossil fuels, and ocean warming. These current trends cannot be allowed to persist. The G20, a group of the 20 largest economies, it makes up 45% of the world's coastline and 21% of the exclusive economic zones, enhance undeniably important role in protecting marine ecosystems. Restoring the value and ensuring long-term sustainability of the ocean economy represents a tremendous opportunity to address many of the priorities on the G20 agenda. In this important year for action on the ocean and broader 2030 agenda for sustainable development, the G20 has a critical role to play in ensuring a sustainable ocean economy. Economic growth, jobs, and innovation are all topics at the heart of the G20 agenda. As such, there is a clear opportunity to find new solutions for key aspects of the agenda while also addressing critical environmental challenges that are putting global systems at risk. Under Indonesia's leadership, the upcoming G20 summit can actively engage the private sector in strengthening commitments to build and transition to a sustainable ocean economy, bringing renewed hope in the health crisis recovery and increased politically fractured governance systems. The challenge is understood, but significant action is still pending. There's an opportunity at the G20 as well as at the G7 and high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy to address meaningfully governance shortcomings and set the stage for successful protection and prudent use of the ocean resources. Through opportunities in the sustainable ocean economy, G20 countries can reframe ocean governance mechanisms and management strategies to lead the shift in growth by aligning priorities of society, nature, and economy, laying the groundwork for lasting benefits shared among communities. The Ocean 20 or O20 that will be held in Bali in November 13 to 14 aims to deliver concrete, actionable policy recommendations and strategies for regional cooperation on priorities set by its rotating presidency to spur investment and growth in the ocean economy while protecting, restoring, and regenerating it. It will provide a platform for the world's leading global companies and G20 countries to make and realize commitments towards a sustainable, inclusive ocean, leveraging market opportunities in the ocean economy by working with political leaders to address the current gaps in ocean governance and management and set the grounds for ocean health, sustainable ocean industries, and ocean investment for the development of a sustainable ocean economy by benefiting societies and communities. O20 will convene business leaders, government ministers, and other high-level public sector representatives to drive ocean stewardship, financing, and action on the blue economy. So with that, I thank you very much, and we are all looking forward to see you all in Bali.
Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, currently we are facing the global political tensions that adds challenge to the economy. In specific to trade and investment as the next G20 presidency, it is very interesting to know the priorities and also the goals of the G20 India 2023, especially in trade and investments. Therefore, let us welcome the Secretary of the Department for Promotions of Industry and Internal Trade, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of India. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Anurag Jain.
Excellencies, delegates, global business leaders, and representatives from G20 countries and friends. Greetings from India, Namaste. It gives me immense pleasure to be amongst this set of distinguished speakers, policymakers, and business leaders. India broadly supports the priorities of the Indonesia G20 presidency under the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. India believes that it will contribute towards collective recovery and a strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. India also welcomes the policy recommendations and priorities of B20 Indonesia 2022 Trade and Investment Task Force. While making trade and investment decisions, businesses must take into account the new reality of rapidly shifting global economic balance of power towards emerging economies. In the next 5 years, what our Prime Minister has termed Amrit Kal, the journey of India from India at 75 to India at 100, India will realize its true potential. This journey of India in Amrit Kal is expected to be marked by high growth rate and low inflation, making India a favored investment destination and a beacon of hope for the world. Bold structural reforms and pragmatic policies, coupled with vibrant democracy, rule of law, a strong legal system, and youth full of talent will drive this sustained socio-economic growth. The pandemic and the other recent geopolitical developments have exposed the vulnerabilities of existing supply chains. India has developed PM Gati Shakti, one of its kind, GIS-based planning and decision support system for integrated infrastructure development, with more than 1,500 layers providing every detail of land, forest, mines, and existing and planned infrastructure like road, rail, ports, airports, transmission lines, optical fiber, etc. This has revolutionized the planning and decision-making of infrastructure projects. The National Logistic Policy addresses complementary aspects of systems, processes, and skill sets. This will help fast development of resilient and sustainable infrastructure and integration into global value chains for free flowing of trade. knowledge, innovation, and sustainability are going to be the drivers of growth. These multidimensional issues require collaborative effort. Businesses need to invest in research and development and innovation. It is heartening to note that startups are providing innovative solutions and become engines of growth. India has grown to be the third largest startup ecosystem in the world in a short period of 6 years since launch of Startup Initiative. During our presidency of G20, we proposed a new engagement group, Startup 20. I request for full support from member countries. Sustainability has to be the principle in every aspect of our existence, be it trade or be it investment, or the lifestyle of the people on this planet. Businesses need to invest in sustainable solutions. G20 countries should incentivize sustainability and scale up their financing as part of the broader agenda on transitioning to climate resilient and resource efficient economies. India believes in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the entire world is one family. During the pandemic, to support the cause of humanity, India supported more than 150 nations across the globe with vaccines and drugs. India has successfully administered more than 2 billion doses of vaccine to its citizens. This was possible on the back of digital infrastructure and creation of platforms such as CoWIN and Aadhaar, a unique identification of residents, enabling online KYC verification. Financial inclusion program, Jan Dhan, and unified payment interface have brought transformative changes in the governance of the country. Open network digital commerce is a platform to assist small and undigitized traders to democratize the e-commerce system. These are all open source digital infrastructures. G20 should work towards creating such open source and interoperable platforms and standards to promote inclusive digitalization. We look forward to engaging with all G20 members and reassure all that India is dedicated to focusing on issues of paramount significance to the global community as it gears up to assume G20 presidency. Friends, I take this opportunity to invite every one of you to India for G20 2023 and look forward to a fruitful year under India's presidency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the closing session, that is the concluding remarks, we will now have another perspective on the next B20 India, as we have the chairman of the CII MSME Council, who is also the chairman and managing director of Somani Ceramic Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Shrikant Somani, please.
Thank you very much, and good evening and greetings to everyone joining from across the world. It is my pleasure to interact with you all at this B20-G20 dialogue on trade and investment, and to be amongst this set of distinguished speakers and policymakers from around the world. This forum is indeed an appropriate platform to discuss and deliberate on the global issues of trade and investment. As the global economic growth prospects are worsening significantly due to the several geopolitical factors, rising inflationary pressures, and slow recovery after COVID-19, the IMF has projected a declining global growth trajectory in the near future. Therefore, the role of trade and investment in supporting global economic recovery has become extensively important. The policy recommendations and priorities of B20 Indonesia's Trade and Investment Task Force are crucial and appropriate for the Indian industry. India is showing signs of resilience and is expected to recover and grow at a significant rate, driven by vision and an export-led growth. This growth is also visible in India's annual merchandise exports, which have crossed the mark of $400 billion. India is expected to scale up its manufacturing exports to $1 trillion by financial year 2028. And much of this growth will come from chemicals, pharma, industrial machinery, electrical and electronics, automotive, and textiles and apparel sectors. The vision of higher growth has been achieved via various initiatives of Indian government. Currently, India has signed 2 major FTAs, deals with UAE and Australia, and negotiations are ongoing with the UK, Canada, and the EU. India is looking for more balanced and free trade with broader coverage, including new tracks such as digital trade, gender and trade, government procurement, trade and sustainability, and is increasingly recognizing the role of small and medium enterprises. A multilateral level also, India has taken forward the agenda of free and fair trade for all. In the recent years, the government of India has introduced several reforms and initiatives in the domain of trade and investment, which have been the key enhancing factors for the export potential of the Indian industry. Initiatives such as the production-linked incentive, the PLI, what we call the schemes for potential sectors. Initiatives have been, these are working towards becoming self-reliant, what the Indian government says Atmanirbhar, or the vision of self-reliance as we call it. Initiatives for MSMEs and several other programs are promoting the overall animal spirit of the Indian industry to become more participative and to work towards the removal of all hurdles related to finance, logistics, and the ease of doing business in India. Moreover, global digital surge in exerting a greater impact on productivity and growth. Digital trade offers significant domestic and export growth opportunities for Indian companies, including those in non-digital sectors. India is a leader amongst emerging markets in the technological advanced services sector and is poised to be a $1 trillion digital economy and is expected to support 60 to 65 million digitally enabled jobs by 2025-26. The digital opportunity with increasing digitalization under the Digital India program in the last 7 years has helped various sectors, including digital technologies, such as cloud computing, AI, big data analytics, and low LOT, etc. Additionally, India being a prime mover in the COP26 negotiations is committed to a internationally determined net zero target by 2070. The Indian industries are changing the production processes towards sustainability and are adopting measures which are greener and renewable solutions and pattern the way it's supposed to be. India is moving towards a green economy. India created a massive expansion in renewable energy, and its efforts towards promoting LED lighting has been a huge success story. I'm sure that outcomes and recommendations of the Trade and Investment Task Force will help global industries to develop a better and mutual understanding of the several prospects and will help unleash the untapped opportunities. We welcome to work with the countries in the Southeastern Asia on this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somani. So we can know the significance and also the relevance of the B20 Trade and Investment recommendations for the B20 of India later on next year. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our B20-G20 dialogue today. And to end this dialogue, we will have a concluding remarks. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the Deputy Chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force, who is also the CEO of Adaro Power. Please welcome Bapak Dharma Jayanegoro.
Your Excellency Pak Erlangga, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs for Indonesia, Your Excellency Pak Zulkifli Hasan, Minister of Trade, Your Excellency Pak Agus Kartasasmita, Minister of Industry, Your Excellency Mr. Tani bin Ahmed Al Ziyudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade for the UAE, Your Excellency Mr. Manlio De Stefano, Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs of Italy, Bu Shinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of B20 Indonesia, and Pak Arif Rahmat, Chair of the Trade and Investment Task Force, honorable co-chairs and speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I promise to be quite quick. I know we are all keen to enjoy beautiful Labuan Bajo. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening again to everyone. First of all, I think thank you for an extremely fruitful discussion today. We are now at the end of the B20-G20 dialogue. I hope you have been inspired by hearing from our distinguished speakers and panelists over the last few hours on the priorities we are addressing in our policy paper. Allow me to reflect a little bit on the meaningful discussions we've had today. So we've heard, first of all, from our ministers earlier today, all of whom represented the G20 presidency of Indonesia this year. They touch the important aspects of global cooperation in trade and investment. We have heard the ways trade and investment can be vital drivers to enable inclusive and sustainable economic recovery. And equally important, of course, is how trade and investment and industry have been playing an equally important role in the recovery from the pandemic. This shows that the recommendations put forth by our Trade and Investment Task Force, the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force, are very much aligned with the priorities and the outcome statement of the Trade and Investment and Industry Ministerial Meeting, which was concluded this afternoon in Bali. Now, during the first panel, we had an interesting conversation surrounding the first two recommendations of our task force. We heard a speech by His Excellency Tani bin Ahmed Al Ziyudi and a lively discussion between Mr. Albert Park, Ms. Barbara Beltram, Mr. Koji Hachiyama, and Mr. Eko Cahyanto on how the G20 can actively shape the future of trade and investment multilateral governance, as well as the importance of harnessing the potential of digitalization on cross-border trade and investment. To materialize an open, free, fair, and efficient post-pandemic trade and investment, it's important for the G20 to continue playing a role in supporting WTO reform and closing the gap between developed and developing countries. In the second panel, our speakers discussed the third and fourth recommendations. We all remember the remarks by His Excellency Manlio De Stefano, Undersecretary from Italy, that kicked off the second panel, who offered his perspective as the previous G20 and B20 presidency. I'm sure you enjoyed the exchanges between our speakers today, Mr. Juan Jose Dabub, Mr. Ernst Coppens, and Ms. Jasmine Begum, moderated by Mark Smith, who discussed the importance of leveraging trade and investments, and the call to action, I believe, was the words used to build an inclusive and sustainable global supply value chain. Time and again, we hear inclusivity in trade and investment as the recurring theme in today's dialogue. And I think most of you would agree with our speakers today. Moving forward, trade and investment should drive growth and development that are sustainable, equally just, and equitably distributed. Afterwards, we heard from Pak Jody, Deputy for Maritime Resources for the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs, on the potential of the ocean economy, which I thought was quite fitting given that we are, right in the midst of a beautiful ocean here, which is, again, if fully unleashed, can be a big potential to the global economy. I think we also understood the risk of missing this growth potential due to the deterioration of the marine ecosystem and other threats stemming from climate change. So this should be, again, a call of action for all of us to turn to sustainable practices moving forward. And we in the B20 fully support the initiative to launch Ocean 20 at the G20 Summit to tap into the opportunities that have been presented. And before we wrap our event today, we heard from the upcoming G20 and B20 cycle. We truly appreciate hearing from our Indian colleagues, Mr. Anurag Jain and Mr. Shikant. And we're very happy to hear that some of our B20 Indonesia's priorities on trade and investment are being considered as part of the priorities of B20 India. We are cheering you on and looking forward to work with you in your presidency. Now, in B20 Indonesia this year, our contribution is not only limited to the policy paper, right? We have also the ambition to leave behind a meaningful and lasting legacy for the future of B20. Ms. Sinta earlier today described that we are pursuing several legacy programs, including the legacy project spearheaded by the Trade and Investment Task Force, which is the Inclusive Closed Loop Pledge. Through this pledge, we invite the business community to embrace the model, the inclusive closed loop model, and progressively empower MSMEs within their capability. I would also like to take the opportunity to invite companies present today, both physically and virtually, to showcase their commitment to supporting MSMEs by joining us in signing our inclusive closed loop pledge. We will have a signing ceremony at the B20 Summit in Bali. And for those who would like to see how this is implemented, we would like to invite you to the fishery site visit on November 15th. Of course, all this work cannot be done in just one dialogue or in the signing of one pledge. Right? We have to continue internalizing and implementing the insights we heard today, and manifest it in our conduct every day. And I look forward to the continued conversations and collaborations that will undoubtedly follow in the coming days, weeks, and months as we work together to realize our vision of an innovative, inclusive, collaborative growth. Thank you very much, and see you in November in Bali. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bapak Dharma Joyo Negoro. Well, ladies and gentlemen, by this we have concluded the B20-G20 Dialogue, Trade and Investment Task Force. We thank you to each of you, all of the participants, the speakers, as well as all of the moderators that joining us, and also for your active participations during our event. So let's give a round of applause for each of you who joined this event virtually and also in person. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, we would like to express once again thank you and honor to all of you to joining this dialogue. And now we kindly invite you to continue to enjoy the networking dinner session here in Labuan Bajo that I think it will be making other participants who join us online will be more even jealous, just like what Ibu Sinta has said in the beginning. And as we know that a dream that you dream alone is merely a dream, but a dream that we dream together becomes an achievement and a reality. On that, we would like to once again extend our profound gratitude to all of our dearest sponsors. So thank you so much to our main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indika Energi Tbk, and Sinarmas. Our bronze sponsors, April Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Bank Negara Indonesia, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, PT Indonesia Financial Group, PT Pertamina, Indofood, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, and Telkom Indonesia. Thank you as well to our knowledge partner, Boston Consulting Group, and the network partners. They are International Chamber of Commerce, Global Business Coalition, World Economic Forum, and Business at OECD. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all of our sponsors, our knowledge partner, as well as network partners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, by this I have to signing off. I'm Dian Ariswari. Thank you so much and see you on the B20 Summit in November in Bali. Have a great day. Enjoy Labuan Bajo. Continue enjoy your dinner.
As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. April Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions from all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
sama anak saya. Mau investasi, bikin pusing bukan kepala.
Aku bingung caranya, kenyamanannya.
Harus punya uang berapa, atau punya asuransi kalau mesti kemana.
The digital era continues to move as a result of technological advances and globalization. Bank Negara Indonesia is proud of having the opportunity to take part in playing active roles in paving the way for Indonesian banking in keeping with the digital era. Currently, we are moving to create a digital platform and prepare experts for acceleration in digital banking. Our Go Global concept is one of the roles in accelerating economic change for the better. With the presence of Explorer, we encourage the digitization of micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as companies in Indonesia to go international by utilizing BNI's overseas network. BNI, serving the country, the pride of the nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to stay in the ballroom because we will continue with dinner. So don't go anywhere. And please enjoy the dinner. Thank you.
Today, as the world prepares to move forward, businesses across the globe are looking to forge a new path, ready to use their creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and a digital transformation to drive their nation's economies for the benefit of all. Digital platforms such as Gojek, GoPay and Tokopedia have played an important role in helping governments accelerate the digital transformation. Digitalization of MSMEs supports governments across the world as we promote global digital transformation to recover together, recover stronger.
Micro, small and medium enterprises or MSME sector plays an important role as the backbone of the national economy. Sampurna has long been committed to the development of MSMEs in Indonesia and in 2008 established the Sampurna Retail Community (SRC) to develop traditional retailers. In 2021, SRC members have reached 160,000 retailers spread across 34 provinces throughout the country. Development programs range from education and direct assistance on store and financial management, business development, distribution support for other MSME products through to digital skills training. Retailer members are also equipped with the IO SRC application to help increase MSME's competitiveness, as well as expanding their businesses and market access amidst the digital transformation era. During the pandemic, SRC members are also trained and encouraged to implement health and safety protocols. Together, we can help advance and strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia.
IFG, Indonesia Financial Group. Kami hadir untuk menjadi kekuatan baru yang ada untuk melakukan perubahan di Indonesia, dari bangsa untuk bangsa. Kami bekerja dengan skala yang besar, dengan tata kelola perusahaan dan manajemen risiko yang cermat dan seksama. Dengan kekuatan besar yang terkonsolidasi, menyatukan segala pikiran dan usaha berbagai anak perusahaan yang dari dulu selalu ada untuk Anda. Menjamin keamanan dan kesejahteraan siapapun yang ingin maju, baik di jalan, usaha, dan kehidupan. Menjaga keseimbangan finansial lewat produk keuangan dan pasar modal. Dan tentunya memberikan perlindungan kepada segenap lapisan masyarakat Indonesia. Ini adalah saatnya kami membawa setiap orang, setiap usaha, dan setiap impian untuk masing-masing punya kekuatan membangun masa depan finansial yang terbaik dan membawa kita semua untuk besar bersama. IFG, Power to Progress.
Years ago, a Chinese Indonesian called Mokhtar Riyadi moved to Jakarta with dreams of banking. 3 decades later, he transformed its banking landscape and laid foundations for Panin Bank, Lipo Bank, and Indonesia's now largest private bank, BCA. So he moved to real estate and used that same financial acumen to build Lipo into the largest listed property developer of the world's 4th most populous nation. Then he took on education, building schools for Indonesia's young population and creating Universitas Pelita Harapan, now with 15,000 students and ranked best in class. And as Asia boomed, next generation Riyadis helped Lipo meet Indonesia's exciting new needs. Malls for an expanding middle class, media for transparency, infrastructure for enhanced communication, banks and funds for wealth and job creation. As Indonesia gained the respect of investors far beyond its home nation, so did Lipo. Today, a Lipo Group company owns the US Bank Tower in LA and landmark properties around the globe. Lipo began as a family business with global dreams and became a global business for every stage of family life. And as it keeps growing, the principles that delivered success to Dr. Riyadi from 1954 will always be at the Lipo Group core.
Nunggu dompet.
Coba pakai mobile cash deh.
Ini.
Lagi ngapain, men?
Ya lagi ngantri.
Buka tabungan online aja. Di sini aja, lebih gampang.
Nih, gue beli ini nih, men.
Ajuin online aja, bro. Pakai ini.
Ini? Ini? Wih, gokil!
Yes! Gimana KTA-nya?
Dia proof, bro.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
Satu Indonesia, or Astra's unified spirit for Indonesia, exemplifies Astra's active role and contribution in the pursuit of nurturing the people of Indonesia. It brings every commitment, venture, and work under a common framework and creates added values for the nation's progress. Throughout the years, since founded in 1957, Astra has consistently shown real contribution dedicated to move Indonesia forward. As a company, Astra has grown and today manages over 180,000 employees and over 200 subsidiaries across the archipelago. In line with one of Astra's corporate philosophy, Catur Dharma values, to be an asset to the nation, Astra has an unwavered commitment to social contributions for Indonesia. The company's endeavors in this regard are designed to be effective and robustly structured, identifying 4 pillars of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat, Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas, Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, and Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Supported by 9 foundations under the company, Astra makes it a conscious effort to take an active part in and dedicating its ideas and work to the nation for a prosperous and dignified Indonesia. Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. The well-being of a nation lies on the well-being of its future generations. To ensure it can be achieved, the health of mothers and children are a priority of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. Astra is committed to protect and improve their health as they form healthy communities and societies. In turn, Astra believes they determine the quality of our overall well-being. Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas. Greater access to and improved quality of education and vocational skills open the doors to better life quality. Astra is therefore committed to shaping smart, self-reliant generations. Astra works to tap into the knowledge and skills of Indonesia's human capital. As education in Indonesia is important for Astra, Astra ensures that Indonesian children can benefit from quality education as a tool for them to transform their lives for the better. Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau. A healthy and clean environment are essential for us to move forward in life. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, Astra acts upon its commitment to creating a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment. With global warming presenting real threats to our planet's survival, Astra is actively involved in various programs for a greener Earth as part of its contribution to improving the quality of our environment. Our planet and the future await us and the millions of other beings on Earth. Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif, Astra is on the ground working alongside communities to improve their prosperity, by helping and facilitating small and medium businesses all over Indonesia. Astra provides training, coaching, funding, and equipment suited to the needs of the beneficiaries with one goal in mind: raising the nation's prosperity by creating excellent human capital and decent jobs. 133 Kampung Berseri Astra across 34 provinces focus on the development of villages based on 4 pillars, which include entrepreneurship, health, education, and environment. Kampung Berseri Astra continues to be developed based on the numbers and concepts towards Desa Sejahtera Astra. 1 Indonesia Awards. 1 Indonesia Awards is a form of appreciation towards the Indonesian youth who have the initiatives and idealism to share and create benefits for the communities. The awards have 5 main focuses, which include health, education, environment, entrepreneurship, and technology. Since March 2020 until today, Astra, through Nurani Astra, maintains its commitment to help the government, frontline health workers, and the community in facing the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. To be an asset to the nation, Astra continues to embrace and work towards realizing Indonesia's dreams and to achieve sustainable growth, because your smile and the smile of the people are the smile of Astra, the smile of Indonesia. We are united, and together we shall achieve triumph as we walk towards an advanced and prosperous Indonesia. Astra, prosper with the nation.
Memberikan energi dapat diwujudkan dalam berbagai aspek dalam kehidupan kita. Melaju cepat, dinamis, dan relevan sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. Memberikan energi untuk masa depan Indonesia yang berkelanjutan.
Ya, keberlanjutan itu sangat penting sekali ya buat Indika Energi ya. Dan itu mencakup bukan hanya di operasional kegiatan usaha yang saat ini saja, tetapi juga untuk pengembangan bisnis di masa mendatang gitu ya. Dan kita juga sudah berkomitmen untuk mencapai net carbon atau net zero emission sebelum 2050. Ya, sektor industri kendaraan berbasis listrik itu menjadi salah satu sektor penting di dalam strategi diversifikasinya Indika Energi. Ya, dan kita ingin berpartisipasi di dalam pengembangan ekosistem kendaraan listrik ini, baik itu dari hulu maupun sampai ke hilir. Ya, kami ingin pula berpartisipasi di dalam pengembangan pembangkit listrik tenaga surya. Ya, terutama untuk sektor komersial, industrial, dan tentu saja untuk sektor utilitas. Ya. Kami yakin bahwa tenaga surya ini akan menjadi suatu solusi yang berkelanjutan, aman, serta kompetitif.
Dengan eksistensi selama 5 dekade di bidang energi dan pertambangan, Indika Energi melakukan diversifikasi bisnis ke berbagai sektor dengan mengutamakan prinsip berkelanjutan.
Ya, Indika Energi ingin berpartisipasi di dalam pengembangan solusi berbasis alam, energi biomas, kehutanan energi, agroforestry, ya, ataupun konservasi ekosistem dan juga pengembangan masyarakat. Iya, ada beberapa provinsi di mana kami berinvestasi. Ya, salah satunya adalah di Sulawesi Selatan, di mana kami berinvestasi di pertambangan emas. yang merupakan salah satu pertambangan non batubara di mana merupakan bagian daripada diversifikasi kami.
Indika Energy terus berkontribusi mewujudkan Indonesia maju, kuat, dan sejahtera. Memberikan energi untuk masa depan Indonesia yang berkelanjutan.
Inspired by the everlasting golden rays of the sun, which gives light and life, Eka Cipta Wijaya began his business, now known as Sinar Mas, in the city of Makassar in 1938. Fueled by the founder's passion and indomitable spirit, Sinar Mas has now flourished into 7 main pillars of business that provide products and services to cater to daily necessities. First, Asia Pulp and Paper. Paper has become an integral part of daily life, from stationery to food packaging. To cater to this demand, Asia Pulp and Paper, Sinar Mas or APP, Sinar Mas, produces paper pulp, paper, tissue and plastic packaging, with sales to over 150 countries, while applying principles of sustainable forest management. Second, agribusiness and food. To cater to the demand for high-quality food and nutrition, Sinar Mas Agribusiness and Food has successfully produced high-quality palm oil derivatives. Sinar Mas, through Golden Agri Resources, operates integrated palm oil estates, which focus on sustainable production of palm oil, while increasing production of high value-added goods, such as biodiesel, a renewable and sustainable fuel. Third, Sinar Mas Land. Everyone aspires to have a nice and comfortable home. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Land, which operates in the developer and real estate sector, has developed a number of successful integrated towns and smart cities. Sinar Mas Land also develops hotel, industrial and business districts, as well as trade and shopping centers in Indonesia, other Asian countries and Europe. Fourth, financial services. Economic activities are part and parcel of our everyday lives. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Financial Services, provides various services which include insurance, securities, multi-finance, banking, and other services to provide integrated solutions for the community. Fifth, communication and technology. Likewise, communication has become an indispensable part of everyday life. In the telecommunications sector, Smartfren has emerged as the leading provider for telecommunications services, including cellular data. Furthermore, the arrival of My Republic has enhanced its offering with the provision of triple play services. In line with rapid technological advancement and digital transformation, Sinar Mas is steadfast in pursuing innovation and has spread its wings in the digital sector. Sinar Mas believes that technology innovation will play a critical role in shaping the future. Sixth, energy and infrastructure. Energy is essential to life. For this reason, Sinar Mas Energy and Infrastructure is a business pillar engaged in electricity generation, coal mining and trading, infrastructure and multimedia. 7. Healthcare. Sinar Mas continues to strengthen its commitment in the healthcare sector. Sinar Mas believes that access to quality healthcare is the foundation of a nation's resilience. In addition, Sinar Mas is dedicated to strengthening education initiatives so that the quality of skilled human resources can be improved. Through various social initiatives, Sinar Mas also endeavours to support the welfare of the community to build a better Indonesia. Every single one of Sinar Mas's business enterprises is established as an independent entity based on the same values and history, and as a brand, Sinar Mas is managed by the President Office, which bridges communication within the business pillars of Sinar Mas, as well as with external parties. Based on integrity, positive attitude, commitment, continuous improvement, innovative and loyal, Sinar Mas continues to grow both on the national and global scale. Sinar Mas, the nation's asset for the people's welfare.